Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are actually delighted to welcome you here at the premises of the EUROCONTROL Aviation Learning Center. It's a real pleasure for us to host this event for you and with you, the European stakeholders on U-Space. This Aviation Learning Center is part of EUROCONTROL. Many of you know EUROCONTROL. It's an organization, it's a European organization. This means the focus is on Europe. But especially for this learning center, through what we offer, we have a global reach. We have customers in North America, Asia, and the Middle East. Now, I must admit, the Middle East at this moment in time is a bit difficult. Okay. So being part of EUROCONTROL means that the recently, and I'm just looking to the slide and exactly, that's where I wanted to be. Thank you, it's fine, it's the last one for me. So being part of EUROCONTROL means that the recently approved Trajectory 2030 policy strategy fully comes to life in this learning center. Very much today by hosting this event, but actually each day of the year by welcoming our course participants coming from different parts of Europe. As today, these course participants come from air navigation service providers, competent authorities, airports, industry, and to a lesser extent, airlines. I'm fully aware that today we are extending our reach to other parts of the industry because many of you are working on projects and activities with a completely different background. This Aviation Learning Center is there for the aviation community, exactly as the Trajectory 2030 policy requests. We try to engage with partners and more than 80,000 customers that we reach each year. We deliver by trying to add value to the aviation community, to our customers and the organizations they are working for. And we try to modernize, and in this learning center specifically by exploiting the digital transformation to offer first-class products and services and to stay permanently in contact and in touch with our customers. Without any doubt, drones are an important part of the current and future aviation community. And we are doing our utmost best at the Learning Center here to support this move by offering training in different forms and shapes, both face-to-face, online classroom courses, virtual courses as we used to call it, but online courses, webinars, and e-learning modules. Now, hosting the event today completely fits into this strategy. By reaching out to the aviation community and doing this in close cooperation with our partners. European partners from the European Commission, DG Move, EASA, the European Defence Agency, and the SESAR joint undertaking. And by involving our national partners, the Luxembourg Competent Authority, DAC, or Direction de l'Aviation Civile, and the Luxembourg National Center for Vocational Training, CNFPC. I wish you a very interesting day, a very fruitful meeting with plenty of discussions and useful interactions. And in short, actually, a day with a lot of learning. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. It really is a place of great learning. I think for those of you sitting in the audience who've been here for training courses, I think you can vouch for it. And those of you who have not used this facility, please, we promote you, we motivate you to use it. It's fantastic. Let's move now to our keynote speech for the day, and that will be delivered by Laura Kerner, the Director of the Civil Aviation Directorate here in Luxembourg. So Laura, thanks for being here. We welcome you. A round of applause for Laura, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Munich. Thank you very much. Thank you, Henrik. First of all, I'd like to thank you, of course, both for hosting us here today, for choosing Luxembourg today to have this event, and for having it in this very professional setup that we can see until now. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues from the European Commission, EUROCONTROL, EASA, and everyone from the drone and U-space domain, very much a warm welcome to Luxembourg to all of you. It's a real pleasure to see this event and in Luxembourg, small size, but big in ambition, as we like to call it, and to represent today here the Directorate of Civil Aviation alongside our Ministry of Mobility and Public Works. Being a small country has its unique advantages, but also comes with challenges. But we like to say that our entire national airspace could be considered roughly the size of a standard test center somewhere else in the world. Therefore, we don't just simulate the future of aviation or U-space in Luxembourg, but we can basically see it out of our window. And we like to think that this is an advantage for us as a small country. Standing here today in the EUROCONTROL Aviation Learning Center, it is impossible not to feel the weight of our shared history. When people look at Luxembourg, they often measure us by size, but if you measure us by impact, Luxembourg is undeniably at the very heart of Europe. Luxembourg's dedication to the European vision is not just a policy, it is in fact in our DNA. We believe that our future can only be built with a unified European framework, and I know we're all working on this to achieve this. And that brings us right back to the very room here. In the 60s, Luxembourg founded alongside our partners EUROCONTROL. And we knew back then that the safe, connected continent required tearing down invisible borders in the air, but also in other domains, to create the seamless skies that we fly through today. This philosophy is also reflected through MUAC, for example, also part of EUROCONTROL, the only multinational air navigation service providers today in Europe controlling upper airspace in Germany, Netherlands, Belgium, and Luxembourg, and for many decades now. But history isn't just something that we look back on, it's also something we stand on to build on the future. Just as we redefined conventional airspace over 60 years ago now, we find ourselves at another historic inflection point today. The skies are changing. We are transitioning from the legacy of traditional air traffic management into the bold digital reality of the drone domain. The challenge before us is no longer just about connecting the cities. It's about safely integrating an entire new ecosystem into our daily lives through U-space. And that is precisely the aim we are pursuing here today. Share our experience so far in Luxembourg and our vision maybe also with a view to achieving this. To make this vision a reality, yes, correct, sorry. To make this vision a reality, we knew we couldn't just sit back and watch the future happen. We had to build a regulatory machinery to handle it, and we all know it very well, EU Regulation 947. The DAC, following that introduction of the regulation, has established a dedicated department that we call UAS and New Technologies, and the head of which is there today, and I'm very grateful for. And that department is entirely focused on the drone domain. Allow me to quickly go to start the speech off with through our real or tangible milestone that we've achieved so far over the last few years on the compliance side with that department. First, we created a fully digital registration system. We didn't just build an isolated local database. We deployed a streamlined, paperless system designed from day one for true European interoperability. We have the chance with the drone domain to start from scratch, and so we chose the path of interoperability and digital system. We are already adapting the system to meet the European Commission's next major milestone, the Common Repository of Aviation Information that's been worked on very hard. By doing so, we are just achieving compliance, but we're trying to pioneer the interoperability needed to supercharge the network identification service and pave the way for seamless European use space in the future. Second, an integrated training system that unlocks incredible national synergy, and Rick touched upon it earlier on. We have a very successful and a very good collaboration with EUROCONTROL on drone and UAS training. By marrying both of our expertises with technical and regulatory expertise from the DAC, from our side, and the pedagogical part from EUROCONTROL, we've laid the foundation stone for a leading training in the field of drones. And to date, the online training has already been used more than 200,000 times worldwide. I see in the very back, we have the 100,000 poster over there, which we came to celebrate a couple of years ago. While this training isn't a strict requirement to enter the use space as such, especially focused on A1, A3 category at the moment, it represents something vital. It creates a shared culture amongst all of us, amongst drone pilots and drone stakeholders, and it paves the way for mutual understanding between drone operators and manned aviation, ensuring that our airspace, as it grows more crowded, we all speak the same language in the common space. Now, third point, a truly, what we believe, innovative approach to the UAS geographical zones. We like to remind ourselves that the UAS zones and the use space as such is a type of UAS geographical zone. And by fostering a unique collaboration between technical capabilities of our ANSP, here present today as well, Anna, and our land registry administration, we've already bridged the first gap between airspace management and ground level reality. One example in this field is that, for example, our local airfields during busy summer seasons, instead of being permanently locked down for drone pilots, a unique collaboration protocol allows drone no-fly zones to be activated digitally only when the runways are in use. And this is how we try to use optimally our airspace, by replacing rigid restrictions with dynamic real-time coordination, ensuring safety without necessarily wasting a single meter of our skies. Besides these three highlights, our mission was and still is to move beyond old school red tape, ensuring robust compliance while creating a clear, accessible framework for our drone operators. As everyone in this room knows, in a sector where technology moves at very high speeds, static rules aren't probably enough anymore. And this is why our team maintains a proactive watch on the cutting edge of UAS developments. And let us be honest today with ourselves. The regulatory framework for use space was voted on very early, back in 2020. It has been legally effective now for more than 3 years, and Munich touched upon it. As we look across Europe, we must face reality. Actual deployment remains a massive and quite complex challenge today. We therefore very much welcome the review of the European drone strategy, and we believe moving from theory to reality means overcoming 3 critical bottlenecks that I will develop further. First, the management of digital access to UAS geographical zones. We must face the fact that within dense urban structures, Luxembourg being one of them, managing digital access to permanent geographical zones remains an important bottleneck. Let me give you a very concrete example here in Luxembourg. Imagine a medical drone taking off from a hospital, say Robert Schumann Hospital, for those that come from Luxembourg and know where it is, here on the Kirchberg Plateau, where we have a lot of European institutions and a lot of critical zones. And imagine that medical drone tasked with urgently supporting another hospital, also somewhere here in the city center. In a straight line, it would be a very short flight. But the reality could be an operational minefield. Aside from coordinating with the various zones related to the air traffic around Luxembourg International Airport, for those that came by plane, indeed the airport is quite a part of the urban landscape. That single drone must also navigate right past the European institutions right here in front, the Grand Ducal Palace right in the city center, also a critical place to be protected, both permanent high security zones that require strict access authorizations. And without a highly digitalized, automated and efficient system to process these requests in a few minutes or seconds, the operational delay would kill that mission. So let's be clear, automated access management does not mean that we would like to bypass state sovereignty or security protocols. Quite on the opposite, I work for the state. But on the contrary, we have to codify them into digital rules to unlock urban air mobility. The use space must build automated gateways that our high security institutions can fully trust. And without that speed and confidence, the entire business case for urban drone mobility collapses under the weight of these administrative and operational constraints. Second, BVLOS, scaling up beyond visual line of sight operations. We believe we will never achieve true industrial scale for drones until we solve the situational awareness puzzle. What do we mean by that? We require a robust unified national strategy for sharing manned aviation data, ensuring that every operator in the U space has clear, uncompromised picture of the sky and what's within that sky. But achieving this clear picture forces us to confront several technical challenges: multi-source data fusion, data quality uncertainty, network latency. We're trying to merge completely different worlds, combining traditional radar feeds, ADS-B, ADSL signals, and mobile network data into one single coherent stream. And we almost sort of gambling on the exact precision and reliability of the position, that we receive, whilst the delay of even a few seconds means the reality in the sky is already ahead of the data that we see on our screen. This uncertainty, of course, goes both ways. We aren't just dealing with legacy systems in manned aircraft, traditional aviation, but we're also dealing with a massive fragmentation on the drone side, where onboard equipment, GPS precision, and latency vary significantly from one drone system to another. Because of these uncertainties, regulators and systems are forced to inject massive safety buffers, and we see it every day when we sign authorizations, both in terms of extra time and wider separation volumes. The result, we are somewhat artificially shrinking our airspace by doing so. And these buffers drastically reduce the actual capacity of any U space or future U space, reducing the very growth that we actually want to encourage. That's why a successful national strategy cannot just focus on drones, but we believe it will also inevitably depend on the equipment and performance of manned aviation. Requiring traditional aircraft, general aviation, helicopters to transmit high-quality real-time data is a significant operational and political constraint. We know it, but we believe it is the price we must pay to unlock the skies for everyone, especially in the lower airspace. Finally, I have to briefly mention it. Even when the digital infrastructure is fully in place and efficient, the current regulatory gateway remains a major hurdle. A commercial airliner, we all agree, does not leave the ground without an operational authorization. The drone ecosystem is no different, and it's good like that. But let us bring some hard realism to the table today. The SESAR process, so the risk analysis tool, is an administrative marathon, we believe. SESAR is not a holy text, it's a risk assessment tool. But if a risk analysis takes months to approve for a mission that lasts a few minutes or hours, then we believe the system will remain limited. Therefore, our regulatory approach must be anchored in fierce pragmatism. Rules must be clearly understandable, easily applicable, and straightforward to verify on the ground. If we want the European drone sector to thrive, and I believe we do, and everyone in this room wants this, we need a bit less academic theory and more pragmatism. Ensuring the competitiveness of our European industry must be our first priority, and I believe right now it is. This means transforming complex mandatory safety authorization into a smooth, efficient enabler rather than an insurmountable administrative wall, especially for the small players out there that currently try to survive with the complex framework they're faced with. So in conclusion, we do not just want to point out the challenges, but we want to actively help solve these challenges. Luxembourg stands fully ready to support and fuel the upcoming work on the revision of the Drone Strategy 2.0, together with the European Commission. And we want to bring our local agility, our technical insights of a small country, and our pragmatism to the European table. So let us collaborate to build a framework that is robust enough to protect our skies, yet flexible enough to let our European industry breathe and reach its full potential. So I hope this speech wasn't too technical, but I used the opportunity to have you all here. And finally, as we prepare to shape this future together, I really want to extend My warmest thanks once again to the EUROCONTROL Aviation Learning Center for welcoming us today, for bringing this interesting group and network to Luxembourg. There's truly no better place to train or collaborate, to learn and to build the next chapter of European aviation right here with you. So thank you very much, and I wish you all a very productive, constructive session this morning and throughout the day. Thank you.
Laura, thank you for your speech. Very well delivered and very interesting points. Some of those that I captured and will stay with me. I certainly can agree that it might be a small place, Luxembourg, but people here have big hearts, that's for sure. They're very hospitable and very collaborative. Certainly that's been the experience of working with everyone in this city as well. So I certainly agree with you, Laura. I also like the challenges that you've articulated that are faced in Luxembourg. I think these challenges will resonate with other regions in Europe as well. So I think there are some common places. I particularly like the challenge that you face here, of course, being a very congested airspace here, and how difficult it is to keep creating new buffers to accommodate more and more vehicles of different type. And that really lays the foundation for why we need a digital integrated system where we manage UTM or U-Space and ATM together. That really further creates the right foundation for this. So thank you for highlighting it. I think your message about trying to simplify things, again, I'm sure will resonate throughout the course of today as well. Which then brings me to the next item on the agenda, which I think is what my colleague from EASA, Stefan Wauberg, is going to deliver with his panelists. And we are going to discuss in this panel the benefits of U-Space, and as Laura highlighted, some of the challenges being faced in SORA approvals. There's particularly the time it takes to get approvals done, with the help of Nathalie de Ruber from EASA and Stefan, and then with Sabrina, John, and Torsten, this panel will try to unearth some of those areas how U-Space can actually offer the right kind of way forward to actually address the challenge that Laura highlighted. So without further ado, and having saved 10 minutes, I'm really happy to say that, because we want that 10-minute break, don't we? I would like to call on stage the moderator of this panel, Stefan Wauberg from EASA. I think you all know him. I don't need to introduce him. Stefan, over to you, and please call your panelists over.
Does it work? Yes. Thank you very much. I'm very delighted to be here today and welcome in the EUROCONTROL Aviation Learning Center. Just a few things before we start. It has been seen that we need a better training in Europe, absolutely. And this is a key point that we are working on with the team of EUROCONTROL. They are working hard, and I'm trying to support the best I can. And just to say that I hope that this facility there will host many trainings from next year. We can confirm that the plan is to deliver training here from 2027 and be ready, because I will send to you all the stakeholders to be trained. And that's the way to clear some misunderstanding on the implementation and definitely ensure harmonization of the implementation across Europe. So definitely, yes, things will happen there from next week. I would like also to thank the Luxembourg authorities, because we were carefully listening, and I see a lot of convergence on the status and the thing we need to do to enable BLOS operation. Nothing to say, we are in total agreement with what has been said. Hopefully, we try already to provide some messages today, to not say some recipe on the way forward and things we want to achieve with EASA. For this panel, I would like to welcome Nathalie, my colleagues from EASA. You are the senior project manager for the US regulation. I believe that you are already well identified. Would you like to introduce better yourself? That's okay. Sabrina John from GLVI. Very active in the community. I can only recommend to go to this YouTube channel, Urban ATM. Actually, the things that are going to be said there are already captured in videos over YouTube. and I really recommend to go there. That's a very, very fantastic source of information, to the point, very short, and you will get understanding of the space regulation framework and so on. And Torsten Indra from ET Chile, different hats there, but also a US operator and remote pilot. If don't say mistake there, yeah, please sit. Before to start, I would like to introduce a bit the panel and the objective of the panel. That's a long-lasting discussion that I wanted to have, because in the frame of GNUS, there are many discussions, conceptual, high-level, business model, responsibilities, issues in the implementation. And as said by Munich and the other person, yes, the implementation is not going at the pace we wanted initially. And one of the reasons, and that I strongly believe that is not totally understood, what are the benefits of U-Space? What are the incentives to work for U-Space? I was discussing yesterday with an operator. There is still this vision of, we oppose SORA, we oppose the 947 with the 664 in U-Space. People are working in a SORA framework, say, ben, on top, do I need to pay for a service that will not bring any benefits to me? So why we need U-Space? And still, even in Helsinki, the last 10 years, I was hearing that message say, why do we need U-Space at the end? I'm a bit surprised of that, because I was hoping that 5 years after the regulation was voted by the member states, we will still do be there saying, hey, do we need U-Space or not? But eventually, this is a problematic we have to tackle. And believe or not, we try to provide clear information, all the benefits for the operators in terms of SORA, gain for the operational approval, strategic mitigations, responsibilities are already there. So we are not going to discuss about concepts. We are going to try to capture and to show to you what is the reality of the framework today and the benefits that the operators can have today, the incentives that are there to go for U-Space today, not with the evolution, not with other presentation. So it will be maybe a bit low level. We are going to show things to you, but we wanted to make clear the connection as we have today between the SORA framework, U-Space, and what are the already, in our opinion, huge benefits for the operators when we connect the two frameworks, 947 and 664. I sit there and we start to ask some questions. First, a generic one. So to all the three panelists, what are your perception and then the benefits of U-Space from an operator perspective, and what are the connection and advantages to go for U-Space? I will start with Sabrina, please.
Thank you. It's working great. From the operator's perspective, I have to make one thing very clear at the moment, because UAS operators are responsible to remain well clear from manned aviation. So in order to do this, when you're flying VLOS, it's all right, you are there, you're observing the airspace and landing your UAS if there is any aircraft in the air. But when it comes to BVLOS operations, most of the time I'm not there. I can't observe the airspace. So I need some help to fulfill this obligation I have. And one of this delivers actually U-Space when it comes to traffic information service, where I receive all the data about aircraft in the vicinity of my aircraft, my UAS. So this supports the operator in remaining well clear. And the benefit also is there, we already have apps around where they deliver air situation at the moment. But the key thing is I need reliable information, and this comes with a certain certification of a service, so I can take this, go to my competent authority and ask them, is it okay to use it? And they can be sure that it works and does the job. So this is one major thing. Another thing comes with the UAS flight authorization service when it comes to separation management. I have the benefit of the separation management between UAS and UAS, so they don't have a conflict there. And in controlled airspace, I also have the separation management for UAS and manned aviation, which is also a great benefit. In a nutshell, what I would do is I follow the procedure, and in the end, I don't have to think about, is there any encounter? And finally, benefit comes from the AMCGM for the U-Space regulation, where it says when you're flying in a U-Space airspace, you are flying in ARC B. So your air risk class is B, which is great, especially when in control zone, it's usually D. So I have to put a lot of effort into coordination and getting an air situation analysis. And this is done by U-Space itself. So U-Space, the existence of U-Space is strategic mitigation. And then also I have the traffic information service, which helps me in uncontrolled airspace to remain well clear from manned aviation, who have to be electronically conspicuous. So this is great. And yeah, this is finally recognized by the competent authority as a means of remaining well clear from manned aviation.
Natalie, some view on from the 947 perspective and your position at EASA, what are the benefits for your domain of U-Space?
Yeah, thank you, and good morning to everybody. So when we developed the regulation in 2017, and then in 2019 was published, so we were using the document coming from JARUS we were all giving so much trust in SORA. But SORA is a problem that give too much credit on the operator. The operator is the one that is capable to conduct risk assessment. This is yes. It's the one that is also capable to identify if the drone has all the technical requirements in place. And here, not very sure. And then the biggest problem, the operator is also capable to assess the air risk, identify, to characterize the airspace where the drone is operating. And you know that sometimes it's even challenges for authorities to identify, to have all the data to do this assessment. So how can an operator do this kind of assessment? So, and the reality is that after 5 years, so we were expecting to have now several thousands of operation in Europe. If you go on the EASA website, we now publishing what we call the economic dashboard. So maybe you are all familiar with the new term of Innovative Air Mobility Hub. That is a project that has been funded by the European Parliament, where we are developing some function on our website in support of drone operation, both from the perspective of entities that want to organize an urban air mobility service in their city, but also in support of operators or manufacturers that want to make sure that their drone, if your manufacturer can be operated in Europe, or for operators, how they can conduct safe operation. And one of these elements is also the information that we collect from authority every 6 months, and where you can see how the drones operation are progressing. And if you see the number there, we see that at this moment we are at a peak, and the things are not progressing. So most of the reason is because the problem is that now we can do VLOS operation very easily, but BVLOS operation today cannot be authorized by authorities. So, and the reason is because the operator is not able to conduct a risk assessment according to SORA. You also may be aware that we published for a focus consultation. I guess all of you were part of the entity that received the MPA on the simplification for the 947, where we're going to introduce also 3 standard scenarios. One of them is a BVLOS standard scenario. And we identified there the conditions, how today we can have an harmonized process to enable BVLOS operation. And this through area that is segregated, but giving an authority to give an area security to an operator is quite not very common, because then it's unfair compared to other user. Using observers, then you need to have a number of observers all spread out, and it's not also very easy. Or we say when you're flying close to obstacle, or the only real operation is to something that will enable the operator to not conduct risk assessment. And this is through the use space. So this is why the use space is, we think, the only way where we can enable BVLOS operation. So it's true that from one point, the SORA point of view, is free of charge. From the operator, they can conduct the risk assessment, but the reality is that no. On the other side, yeah, use space may come with some cost. Maybe then we can discuss if how we can simplify, maybe we can discuss later. But without something that will really give to the operator the understanding of how to classify the airspace, so then and then how to mitigate the risk, then in reality operations are not happening. So we have only in some few nations, there are some very peculiar solutions, but that are not scalable and are not exportable in the full Europe. So at this moment, we don't see alternative to the fact that the authorities, the member state, should identify, should declare some airspace as a use space, and then the operator is going to use the service, and so then they're going to classify according to SORA, potentially to ARC B, and then to the service they comply with all TTMPR of SORA.
Thank you, Natalie. You mentioned cost, and I'm afraid that it will already immediately create some red warnings in certain minds. Yeah, what about the cost? Then try to compensate for that. I would like to have one answer. I know I will not have, but just for the sake of the discussion, what is the cost of not doing that? What is the cost of not flying? What is the cost of waiting 6 months for an operational approval? So when we compare costs, time to time, we would like also to understand what is the cost that all the operators are facing in not flying, in not doing. It came back. I know it was flashing, red light. So in not doing their operation. So when we compare cost to cost, then we also pay attention to what are the costs of not doing. And this is extremely difficult to get, because we can easily measure somehow the cost of a service and to have an idea of how much money it will cost to the operators and to infer that for the full ecosystem. However, how to measure the cost of not doing, wasting time, losing business, that's really the critical part. And that's a question I pass to the associations there. If you want us also to support all these activities, try also to understand how much your operators are losing when they are not flying. So the same question to Thorsten. What are your perspective, high-level perspective on what are the benefits of this space for you?
I have a long list of benefits, and we'll get to that in a later question. I'm going to start out a little bit differently, and I want to understand the benefits of use space. I think you have to understand today's challenges. And like, where's the effort of drone operations today? Well, I want to get drones up in the air, and to do that, we need an enabling layer, and that would be use space. But what do you have to do today, and why would use space then help there? I want to take you through a little bit of that. I see one drone operator up here. There's Tom from Matternet. And are there any other drone operators, people that have experience with drone operations here? One more hand, right? There's another one. Okay, two more. Very good. So I've also run about 1,500 flights across 4 continents. I have a little bit of experience too, and I'm going to try to be a little bit pragmatic about this and take you through what it takes today to get going. So today you coordinate with your stakeholders and you brief your staff and you look at the environment and you plan and program flights. You look at weather and all of that. These are all things that are doings that you can have under control, right? Then you get your operational authorization if you don't have a LUC, and then you move on and will likely involve some SORA a bit, and you look at ground risk. And ground risk you can mostly get under control by, having better training, do good planning, do your have better aircraft that don't crash and so forth, right? But then you come to a airspace part, and this is where it gets tricky, because you have no control over it. In most places, most countries of the world, you don't see where other aircraft are. And this is exactly the benefit of USpace, because it allows you to do that. Because normally what you have to do today, you're looking at, well, am I an ARC B, A, B, C, D? What's my initial air risk class? Who can I detect? How can I detect them? Is it enough? Is it 50%? Is it 90%? All this kind of stuff that SORA, and then how can you tactically mitigate? If you detect, what are the ripple effects of avoidance maneuvers? So there are a whole bunch of challenges that come with that when you want to get flying. And one mitigation might be to fly at night, but that's not always opportune depending on the mission at hand, right? And so the problem really, and what it boils down to, and there was a resounding message at the Exponential in Düsseldorf a few months ago too, by many, is access to airspace. And access to airspace is the one that's the core problem. Unless you solve that, you're not going to get up in the air. The other stuff you can handle. These are doings. It's challenging. It's good, but people have matured. People have gotten there. So access to airspace is really the blocker there. And in the CTR for VLOS, there are procedures you can go to. You can go to the DFS website. It will tell you, okay, call them 2 weeks in advance. Give me your list of what you want to do, all this kind of stuff. There are ways around it. And the VLOS in Airspace G and other places, extremely challenging. And more on those numbers I'll get to later too. But the problem does become a little bit more manageable if you deal with visibility. If you say, look, we need to manage 2 collision risks, right? Drone to drone, okay, make it visible. Drone to man, make it visible. Helps a little bit, you get there a little bit, but you still, that is only the most basic requirements. That's not going to solve everything. And I'm laying all this out so you can get an understanding of, when you look at the whole system of USpace, why all of these topics I touched on get resolved. So because when you only deal with electronic visibility, and some people propagate it, say, let's just make everyone visible. Important, basic first step, yes, but you don't know flight intent, you don't know their volume, you don't know their performance, none of this stuff. Whereas in USpace you do. And then also what you need another US operator monitoring and controlling that one flight. And many people are still in that mindset. They have one operator, one controller, one drone, but I think in many people's minds here, I think we've moved on and say the economics of drones only make sense when you have a chance to deploy multiple drones, and all of these things are addressed in USpace, and I'll dive a little bit deeper in the next one.
Thank you very much. Now we are going to proceed to more maybe technical level or technical discussion, at least on the EASA side. I hope that through the first intervention, we already tried, and you have got some messages on how USpace are beneficial there. No surprise, because that's really the essence of the framework, and why USpace was aiming at when it was being decided to work on that way 5 years ago. So we keep repeating the same, but I hope that through this discussion, we'll be able also to maybe provide clarifications and for you to get the core essence of that. Now for the concrete aspect, because as said during the keynote speech, there is always a problematic of SORA, and we want to connect. It's not that we want. We have connected somehow SORA with the C64, maybe not in a way that is explicit enough, and we need to reflect that feedback on us, and we clarified the MCGM later on, because if we are still discussing, even though we put some already linked between the two frameworks, there is something that we are not able to convey in terms of messages. But I will pass the floor to Natalie. And I'm sorry for those that may find that too low level or too cryptic, but this is how we connect SORA with the 664. So please, Natalie, could you explain a bit how it works?
So first, SORA and USpace will always be connected since the beginning, because since the version 2.0, the USpace or UTM at that moment, because it was still at the beginning, were considered as a mitigation for the air risk. no, there were not much detail in SORA, only because the new space was not available yet. Then now that we know better use space, we can have a better link, but the link was always there. So SORA is based on the fact that the operator needs to conduct risk assessment, so assess, so characterize the airspace, identify what is the probability of encounter manned aircraft. So at this moment, SORA is only for drone to manned aircraft collision. We don't have yet the drone to drone collision risk. You may be aware that JARUS is working at this moment to implement also this model. Things are a little bit more complicated than what were expected. So most probably by the end of this year, a new revision of the air risk model for the drone to manned aircraft will be published for a consultation by JARUS, but the drone to drone collision, not yet. So anyway, I guess you are aware of the SORA steps. So step 4 requires the operator to determine the initial arc. SORA, then step 5 to identify mitigations. Then how this can be defined? It's a little bit complicated because you don't have data. And then based on that to identify what is the level of sale, so the level of risk of the operation. If instead the operation is conducted in an area where there is a use space, then the idea is that the operator, they don't need to conduct these 2 steps. So 2 steps is already done by the authority when they establish a use space in that area. So then the use space, including also the mitigation, so including also the use of the service, will enable the classification of the airspace immediately as a residual arc B. So this is something that now is already mentioned in some guidance material of use space, but this is something that also we can explore better and clarify better. So then this means that immediately when you are conducting an operation that maybe initially higher arc, because maybe you are operating in an area where there will be some kind of traffic, then to the service, immediately you can reduce to arc B. Arc B means that the operation will be done in sail through, then depends only on the ground risk actually. And for the ground risk, SORA 2.5 they provide a great job to assess the ground risk. So now we know how to do it. You know that also in the Innovative Mobility Hub, we develop a function, a automatic SORA, where the operator can, through the maps, population density maps that are on the website, identify what is the ground risk, and then since when the operation is a use space, the air risk will be not a factor. So since we are not B, then the SORA requires the operator to identify the mitigation, the tactical mitigation. And you know that we have the 4, the detect, decide, command, feedback loop, and execute, R5. And here, we already also introduced in the MPA that we published when we provided the safety assessment for the standard scenario 2, that is BVLOS. We went through all the SORA steps to justify that the requirements that we have in standard scenario 2 are compatible with SORA. And we mentioned that one possibility for standard scenario 2 is to operate in the use space. And then here I just reported what we wrote in the appendix to the MPA where there is a risk assessment. So you can see that some of the service of SORA are useful for the operator to meet, to pay, say, the requirements of some of the TMPR, like for example, the detect, the feedback loop. So then the operator needs to have still the procedures. Still, they have drones that satisfy some technical requirements, but then this also will be coupled to the level of risk of the use space. So then we need to now to work together, because at this moment I also think that SORA is lacking on some technical requirements. For example, there is no requirements to have a precision on the navigation system. So then how can we make sure that the drone is really in that position if maybe they may have a big error on the navigation system that is not captured by any requirement in SORA? So I think that we need to work together, because SORA needs to be improved from this point of view. So this is something that will be done with the use space. And I think there was also another slide. No? Okay, perfect.
Thank you very much, Natalie. So I try to really, in very short way, try to recharacterize what you say. Do we consider, or do you consider from SORA perspective that the operators are relieved from the air risk part of the SORA when operating in new space?
So definitely, yes. So the approach will be that when you're flying in the U space, you just skip step 4 and 5 for sure. And then for step 6, so the tactical mitigation performance requirements, you are going to link when for those TMPR that are linked to a U-space service, just you will show that you are using the service, and then the only thing that you are remaining are the procedures and the requirements of the drone that designed independent.
And on top, the sale is reduced.
Sale is reduced.
So the effort to get an operational approval is then also significantly reduced. So I don't know what represents the air risk part, but they are saving a lot there. Yes.
Yeah. So and then this means that from a ground risk point of view, we have maps at European level. So also when you're doing cross-border operation, so you just are using the map. You know what is the population density at which you can fly, and you go in another state, you find an area with the same population density. And from a U-space point of view, air risk point of view, you're still flying in the U-space. So also from a cross-border operation will be a very quick process to enable operation in multiple states.
No, let me complete that, because I'm remembering now some discussion that we got in Helsinki, and feedback say, what about cross-border operation? What about if I change of country? Do we have to demonstrate different compliance with different requirements, expectations? So what you are saying is, with the SORA 2.5, which standardizes the ground risk, plus U-space, which standardizes the air risk, we are expecting seamless integration of movement of operators across the European Union.
Got it.
Okay. Thank you. That was not prepared, just for the sake of the discussion and clarification. Then I would like to turn to, I'm sorry, I wanted to say something I was forgetting. Those benefits there then are also important for the competent authorities, because we are discussing a lot then for the operators. But if we imagine that the operators are saving a lot for the operational approval on their side, equally, on the competent authority side, they will have less investigation to perform, less things to review in order to deliver that operational intention. So we are forgetting time to time also that part, what are the benefits of U-space? Yes, on the operators, but certainly equally on the member state and the competent authority that will have to review each of the operational approval and to ask and to review each demonstration with regard to the air risk. That's something important that I think we also need to emphasize for the member states when they are a bit reluctant to engage on U-space and to perform airspace risk assessment. To Sabrina, what are your views once again on your expectation and really what you see as beneficial and very concretely to the application of U-space or your operations in U-space?
First of all, thank you, Natale, for clarifying this, because this is one of the main concerns I had when it comes to airspace risk assessments, because as an operator, when you want to fly in a U-space airspace, this comes as the price. You have to invest in a U-space ready drone, because there will be some performance requirements, network remote identification service must be enabled, and so on. So there are investments on the part of UAS operators, and also I have to pay a fee each time I want to fly, which we don't know how high this will be. It might be quite an interesting question. And the thing is, in the end, what I expect is when I have all these burdens, also administrative processes I have to go through, etc., for instance, with the US Flight Authorization Service and so on, in the end, I need some benefit. And the benefit would be I check the box in the SORA, and then it's ARC-B, and it's all done. I don't have to look at this part anymore. So this is a great relief. Thank you for clarifying. Another thing is it should be, for me, it's quite interesting for flights in control zone. We have some legal uncertainty right now, so it might be a huge benefit to have a use-based airspace in place where I have this legal certainty to fly there, to conduct all my operation, and don't have to worry about manned aviation and air traffic control. And but the thing is, my main concern is use space should not prevent me from flying, but support me. And this is still something, there are so many issues coming up, which come up when I have actually received my US flight authorization, but then maybe weather is something that could play a role, or the special operations, which might be prioritized and so on. This is also quite uncertain for me as an operator. And so, yeah, it should be easy to use. I think this is a main expectation. When I have a use space in place, when I pay for it, at least it should be easy to use and doesn't pose any additional burden to my operation.
Thank you, Sabrina. I see Torsten immediately reacting. So you can answer to Sabrina, but just for to clarify with the question, I was intending to ask to Torsten. He's an operator, and what I would have liked to provide today, not sure we can today, but ultimately is how much we gain. So compared to a conventional operational approval process, if we remove the airspace part, do we save 10%, 20%, 50%? How much we are saving in delay? 1 month, 2 months, 2 weeks, 2 days, I don't know. That's really the thing I hope we'll be able to provide at some point, to show concretely the benefits, again, with regard to the cost, the need of investment on the infrastructure, certification of USFC, etc., but to have that global picture. So I'm not sure that you will be able to make it, but please, floor is yours in order to characterize a bit what you can perceive as immediate benefits.
Yes, happily do so. I have a long list now. I'll get to these costs, and I don't know that I'll give you direct percentage number, but I think it'll be very, very clear what are many of those benefits and the cost savings really. And Sabrina ended with saying it should be easy to use, and that's what I want to focus on now, the benefits of use space to a user, because it's really as simple as I'll outline now. It's you plan your flight as you always would. You take that information you've already created, you put that into a 4D volume, because you just use the existing geofence and you see when you want to fly. That's what makes it 4D. And you hand it over to your USSP electronically, and you get an instant go or no go. That's it. Now, there may be other layers of permissions. I know Laura Könner alluded to that to say, well, we might have to talk to those authorities, and maybe that could be value-add services. But in terms of use space, access to airspace, it is simple as that. You declare your volume, you declare your time, and the system checks any conflicts, and you're good to go. That's not wishful thinking. This is how use space, as we've demonstrated it with our platforms in various projects and in practice, and we have Andra here as well, and others maybe, that is as simple as it will work. You get immediate, there's no 9 weeks of waiting for SORA, this, that, and the other. You immediately get clearance because all of these other things have been pre-assessed. And all of that becomes useful for public safety operations as well. And we've demonstrated in the Blue Space project where we made all of these services available to public safety activities as well. And they get all these safety benefits as well, and they get the prioritization across from other things. So I just, there's a lot to gain from all of this. Your risk is dealt with, your air risk is pre-assessed, you have a digital representation, a real-time, near real-time picture of the airspace. You receive all warnings and confirmations and acknowledgements. This is end-to-end digital. Exactly as Directrice was outlining. This is a real paradigm change compared to vintage aviation, because we're really starting with digital aviation, where everybody's in the loop all the time. And that allows you to operate remotely too, right? And maybe there's a Luxembourg-based operator that wants to operate in Belgium or Holland, wherever. That makes it very easy because you have a fully digital connections. When you're done early, you clear the airspace, and you're always in the know of who's around. You get guaranteed awareness. You have this immediacy, right? You don't wait, and that makes it plannable all of a sudden for your operations. The scale up becomes a lot faster, and you have less costs and resources for CA, because imagine all this administrative tie down for doing all these individual authorizations. Then your security, and that's just a side benefit, we'll get to that in the afternoon, your security infrastructure is enabled for police possibly, right? If a country wants to do that, there's no more need for extra funded project. You have this delta between who is partaking in this cooperative, collaborative airspace and who is not. And if you then, by remote ID, could be as simple as that, or by other means, other sensor feeds, you know who is maybe a troublemaker who you want to look at. Now, currently it is in other operations, just for the sake of protecting infrastructure, they're still sending police cars, although you have put in your authorization, you've received it, you've called the police, you've informed everyone, still they're showing up and checking on you. All of this stuff becomes, not needed anymore. Yeah, then you have value add services, and at the end of the day, it's time is money, right? To move faster and more immediate, you get approvals, you can actually get to work, you can get far better unit economics, and the result is you've enabled a new layer of transportation, and you've opened up the lower airspace economy with that too. And drones can be of benefits to society at large and to businesses and all of that. And then later on, in last question, I'll also highlight some of the exact contrast, if I may.
Thank you very much. So, as we speak, I see many of the benefits that I will have to hard time to wrap up in the conclusions, but we definitely see a lot of advantages that once again are captured in the MCGM 2LA, also coupled with the link that you will find in the various parts of the 947. And it only reaffirms that what we are trying to say to the member states, when it comes to do we need your space, what are the costs of the designation, and in particular the space replacement. Say, yes, indeed, there is a cost to go to that infrastructure, but the benefits are so huge that ultimately it will be counterproductive not to go.
If I may add something on the cost, so when you need to compare costs, you need to start from the current cost and then see what will be the cost after you have the service. So what is the current cost? As I said, this moment we only have some very particular BVLOS operation authorization, non-scalable. So at this moment the cost is infinite. So then, because we are not giving 20 minute authorization in BVLOS, so then the saving cannot be quantified. So maybe the discussion that we should do is more why we don't have any use space, considering that is the only way today to have to do BVLOS operation. And then maybe I think also we discuss in the next panels how we can then simplify, how we can make it more affordable use space, especially in some areas. So I think at this moment we don't see any alternative as to have something that is given to the operator, an assessment pre-cooked given to the operator that will tell them how they can do BVLOS operation. And this for us is called the use space.
Thank you, Natalie. And another question to you, because while the discussion I was thinking about also the provision that we have on 947 that ultimately will be very interesting to transpose in use space, or at least to connect to use space. What about to have a LUC for the operators? I'm not saying that it's an easy task for all the operators, but what I see that an operator having a LUC then will have this immediate access to the airspace because they will be relieved of all the other tasks with regard to the operational approval. Could you either confirm or correct me if I'm wrong, or clarify?
So in the proposal that we sent you a couple of weeks ago, we actually have some simplification on the cross-border operation that goes a little bit beyond the LUC. So we clarify that there will be some cases where the operator will receive an authorization with generic identification of the location. We mean that if an operator have an authorization saying that you can operate wherever you find the population density up to 500,000 people per square kilometer, without applying any mitigation to reduce that population density that is peculiar to the location, then the authorization given by the authority is just generic. So whenever you find this condition, 500,000 people, for example, or whatever, then independently of the nation where you're operating, then you can operate. This is from a ground risk point of view. At this moment, from an air risk point of view, we need to contact the authority and identify how to assess the risk. So that's still gray area. If instead we will have use space, then the authorization will say that you can operate from a ground risk point of view under this condition, and the air risk in a new space, or this kind of use space, which then whatever will be the use space requirements, they should be then at European level. So this means that immediately when you want to operate in another state, you just need to notify the authority of the member state operation that you're operating in the country, but then you don't need to have any additional approval from the authority. This is what is in the new order. The LUC, what is? Well, LUC is a certificate where the operator may have some privileges. So which kind of privileges? If the authorization is that I can fly in the city up to 50,000 people per square kilometer, for example, but I need to identify a path that will reduce the population density. For example, fly over the river, fly in area where the real population density is reduced up to, I don't know, 5,000. Then you are going to apply that mitigation in the location A, and it's not ensure that the same mitigation can be applied in location B. So then you need to ask to the authority that the way you apply this mitigation is valid also in another location. So we call this authorization with precise location. So then means that the operator needs all the time they change the location, they need to ask to the authority. If instead you have an LUC, you may have a privilege where you are able to assess this kind of implementation of the mitigation. So, and then this will be another facilitation. But already today, with the current proposal, most of the operation authorization may be generic. And so if we have also the use space, really we can do a cross-border operation, because the stop is the airspace as assessment.
So to wrap up, so if we have a LUC, the operator have a LUC, then it will be exactly in the scenario described by Torsten. Then you apply the service, you go to flight authorization, you draw your fly. In few seconds, minutes, it's accepted, and you are clear to go.
But even if you don't have a LUC, because if you have an authorization that is generic, you can do the same.
Okay,
yeah,
very good. And for cross-border, yes, that's something we are not anticipating to discuss, but this is what we are saying also the member state. If you establish a use space over the border, then you make that border, physical borders and border between, you make it vanish. At airspace levels, you have a common airspace that is shared among the two member states with the same type of rules, for sure, risk, but then mitigations, performances, so it should be a seamless travel on each side of the border. Yes. We have to add something, or we proceed to the question?
Just a quick question. I think the benefits for BVLOS operations are obvious, but what about VLOS operations? When you're doing some roof inspections, all you have to do today is observe the airspace and go down if there's an aircraft. Where's the benefit for VLOS operations?
I can answer that. I mean, not for everywhere, but let's think about Hamburg, right? Hamburg is a huge place, has a large CTR covering most of this. And what you have to do today is you confirm your exact flight location, right? Then you're stuck with that. Then you research, identify your airspace type and there's geo zones and all of that. You include that in your request, permission to operate, as Natalia was just saying. Then you find a responsible contact and you say, well, maybe at the end you get to Jörn Jäger and then it ends up on his desk or somebody else there. You go through a bunch of hoops, right? You have to specify all these things. And even for those VLOS operations, you wouldn't have to go through all of that. You wouldn't be stuck to a certain place. You would have a pre-assessed access to airspace. Yes, if you had only your DJI Mavic and your manual flight controller, things do get more complicated. And I think that is a challenge that is not completely solved. I agree. I think that's where maybe some of the manufacturers are called to say, hey, yes, we're going to have to sign up to USpace and afford or help with an HMI that will be integrated in their systems. That's the short answer of this. But you'd in the same way with VLOS, you'd have the same amount of access.
Yeah, but
as immediate.
Yeah, but currently I also have this kind of access also in control zone because under 50 meters, yeah. So I don't need that in that case.
That is a bit of a conundrum.
But if I remember well, the definition of the TMPR in the SORA for VLOS is written, correct me if I'm wrong, huh? That per se, to stay that way in VLOS is not a sufficient mitigation. So you may need other services. And that's written like that in the SORA, if I remember well, that part, before all the TMPR for the VLOS, saying VLOS, okay, but not only in certain environments. So then USpace will continue to provide additional services in case of other traffics are coming, and will help the scan somehow of the operators in order to detect potential encounter due to the other US that may come, even below 50 meters. So I would like to not to leave the floor to the audience, a bit mindful of time. Do not hesitate to interrupt us when you want. I would need a couple of minutes to wrap up. So okay.
And we have some questions online as well. So once you've had a chance to ask internally, please allow an opportunity to air at least the top category, top priority questions. Thank you.
Thank you, meaning that we have more or less 20 minutes. Okay. Just one thing before we go to the questions. I will ask one thing to you. Natalie is there. For sure, there will be many questions about SORA and all the other problematics of the operational approval. I would like as much as we can to stay focused on the topic and really to discuss USpace versus SORA, SORA versus USpace, or not versus, but all together, and not to drift to what are the core problematic of the SORA and other matters like DVR, lengthy time for the operational approval, as much as we can. I know it's very tempting, but Natalie will be there, De Long, and certainly will be very happy to answer the question. So I have committed, you know, you will have to. So to the audience, please.
Hello, Professor Gellert from the Irish Aviation Authority. In Ireland, we already have now BVLOS operations within our CTR, and we just had a stakeholder consultation session. And actually, I would say roughly 90% of the comments that we received were actually not in scope of the consultation session, but it was more about privacy issues, noise issues, and then also the question back to the VLOS operators saying, like, at the moment we can fly without any restrictions. And if you put in restrictions for BVLOS operators, then my little boy cannot fly anymore. Or like I was just planning to buy another drone, and then what do I have to do? So the question is, do you want to also make it a little bit easier for VLOS operators to operate within USpace so that the burden doesn't come too high on them?
No, there are differences in we may answer that for the next maybe next presentation, but I would like to grasp maybe the best part of what you are saying about privacy, noise, all those things, also including VLOS then, because due to the impulse of Natalie there, with regard to the simplification exercise that we are having in EASA, we have already simplified the regulation for USpace. And we have removed from the regulation, the Article 3.1, the notion of privacy and environmental risk to simplify the designation. However, it's still there somehow. So maybe, Natalie, you may, if you wish, we can answer on how do we generally then address those type of risk as per the Article 15 on 947.
Yeah, so the 947 identifies the requirements for member states where they can create geographical zones in the area where some risks are more relevant. Now, when we talk about privacy, privacy is almost everywhere. So we have some nations that identify the sort of geographical zones over each single apartment. And okay, that is a little bit too much. So what we were considering is that maybe we can identify some general rules where we reduce the impact by requiring that the operator maybe should fly not lower than some height. I know that especially the operators that are flying in Ireland, during the transition from one point to other one, they don't have any camera on. They only switch on the camera during the delivery phase, for example. So there will be this kind of requirements where we try to reduce the impact on privacy. Same also on noise. Now, noise, I think it's like new technology. Is something where the public was at this moment have a little knowledge, so they always are scared about what may be the impact. But so maybe I'm biased, but whenever I went to visit any operator, now small operator, the level of noise, especially when is higher than, I don't know, 10, 15 meters, it's lower than the noise of a car. So then maybe when they will also see the benefit of having some good service, especially medical equipment delivery or something, or in the future, I guess also delivery of goods directly on their apartment, they may accept, like today we accept that if you are living close to a train station, there is some noise, but then you have the benefit that immediately you can catch the train. So then it's just a matter then to help the public to accept the noise. And the privacy, so we will discuss what could be some high-level tech requirements, but then the authority, when there is really an area where there is really an important risk, then there will be these geographical zones, but possibly not over each single house.
And sorry, but I tried to provide also an answer for Vilos. Thank you, Natalie. I'm sorry. Yeah, for the Vilos. That's a repetitive question that we have. I try to make a very rough analogy with what we have today in the street. I mean, we are sharing the same infrastructure, so they are not Vilos on their own. They are part of a common infrastructure, which is the airspace. So somehow they need to apply the rules of the other as well. If I take my bicycle, I go to the road, I need to stop at the red light, even though that's fresh. I see, and I may be tempted to cross the red line. So what I want to say is that, yes, they will have some constraints because they need to understand first, they are part of a common infrastructure, a common airspace, and then ultimately it comes from rules from them, and they are not allowed to do whatever they want for themselves, but also for the other airspace users, especially the BVLOS, that may cross the airspace at the same moment. So they need by full of, they are not in their bubble. USpace may provide that bubble for the VLOS operation and they will be protected. Otherwise, yes, they need to pay attention to the others as well. And yes, we need to have a certain harmonization of rules, operational rules between VLOS and BVLOS. What I'm proposing to the member state in the frame of the other activities we'll have on the MCGM is to maybe structure the airspace. Maybe we can limit the height of the VLOS operations and to put the BVLOS above them. So we may find certain way in order to ease the life of the VLOS operators while maintaining the safety of the BVLOS operator. There is no rules today or nothing like that, but that's something we are trying to work on, including as well bit of rethinking, reworking of the services, because we don't want to have, for instance, two persons in VLOS, one looking on the drone itself and looking on the services on the other hand. Try to rethink as well the way the services are provided, better alerting, many other things that will help the VLOS to better use the services in the USpace environment. you are invited to contribute if you have some good ideas there. But the question is relevant. We are trying to find a seamless integration, but still they need to understand that they are part of common infrastructure there. Do we have other questions for the audience?
Hello. So Roger Lee from the LFE Sweden, the Swedish ANSP, but also the upcoming single CISP. So you started your session here with the benefits of U-Space, and you mentioned traffic information service, which I agree, it's a great thing. But the problem is that I think that when I hear the discussions ongoing, you can get the impression that the traffic information data is out there. It's just to go out and grab it, which is not the case. On very low level airspace, there's very little traffic information data, at least coming from a certified traffic information surveillance data provider. So how do you foresee that challenge to get certified data, if there is a requirement for certified data, or is any data okay?
That was also a question on the thing. Was it you who added that?
Could have been me, yes.
Yeah. It was you then.
You are, both of you, somehow mentioning the fact that U-Space is a trusted environment and etc. Can you try to develop on that? What are your expectations with regard to the data and the trust we have on the data or the service globally, if you are ready to jump in?
I'll give it a first shot. So yes, I think looking at what they've done in Dallas at an area that, if I recall correctly, is 22,000 square miles of an ADS-B veil. So that is an area, as I understand it, where manned traffic has to make themselves visible by broadcasting ADS-B signals. Then you need still a receiving infrastructure, agreed. Now, this receiving infrastructure can either be ground-based, and when you look, as I understand it, for example, in the Netherlands, all of the windmills have, or most of the windmills have receiving sensors installed, which can be made available for that, not unsimilar to what's happening in Germany. So there's in many places, there's a considerable ground infrastructure available for that. That is easily distributed at latency as is helpful. And then I think another thing to consider is there are also service providers that can be used. And also it is quite simple to receive ADS-B signals from drones and pass it on into the system. Now, there may still be a bit of a latency issue, but nevertheless, that is something that is technically quite feasible and has been done by many already too. So I think to get a near real-time picture of the airspace where an ANSP does not have it through radar coverage is possible through ADS-B receivers at a rather reasonable cost. That may not answer everything, and it doesn't answer the certification topic that I know surveillance data is very critical for ANSPs. But at this point, we're accepting flights into the blue and say, yeah, there's a 50-50 chance you're going to counter a plane or not. So I'd much rather have maybe not perfect data, but something that will get much closer, and I'm not flying out in the blue on the principle of hopefully there's nobody there. It doesn't cover everything, I agree, but maybe that gives a bit of a direction of where this could go.
Thank you.
On that, let me thank EUROCONTROL as well. I was saying that yesterday, I was discussing with operators. Actually, there was a workshop in Madrid under the leadership of EUROCONTROL and the team of Brittany that are undertaking a big flag campaign on various inconspicuity devices, ADS-B out, low power, UAT, SR-160 mobile network. That's the way, once again, with the output that EUROCONTROL will provide to us with the support of the member state. There are activities in France, Spain, Switzerland, Hungary, Bulgaria, Norway. We try to aggregate all of that. EUROCONTROL will aggregate all of that, and we provide to the community some outcome, what we can expect from the various performances of the system. Still, we remain some data parameters that we need for safety integrity, availability, reliability of the system. But we are working all together in order to provide to you, the INSP, but single CISP and the operators, etc., the technical data they need in order to demonstrate that the full system is reliable enough to be trusted. I see time is running. Maybe one more here, and we have one or two questions that we would like to answer from the audience.
Thank you very much. Alberto Iovino, INAV Group, the flight, we are a single CISP and USSP in Italy. But thank you much, folks, for highlighting the intended benefits of your space. Obviously, we still have to keep on addressing open issues, but I'd like to follow Stefan's advice about addressing SORA versus U-space, which in a broader sense to me means a lot SORA versus ARA. And in our experience in establishing a U-space airspace in Italy, following EUROCONTROL methodology, we could see that ARA, although it means airspace, risk assessment actually looks down a lot. There are so many elements of the ARA which are referred to ground risk. So my question to Natale and to you, Stefan, is do you foresee, you were very clear in highlighting the benefits of having U-space in place because about airspace risk assessment, you're done, your RB, and that's it. But do you foresee the possibility of extending somehow like cross-feeding data or taking advantage of what is done in the ERA also to simplify the ground risk part of the SORA, because the final goal for all of us is something as close as possible to a plug and play scenario, where if you want to fly in new space, you don't have to do almost anything about the operational risk assessment, but just go there, submit your request for flight authorization and fly, because all your performance requirements are already set. Anything about a risk is already set, but also a lot about ground risk is there as well. So do you foresee anything like that in the future? Thank you.
I'll let Nathalie answer first, and I will complete.
So when we talk about ARA, for me, is air risk assessment. And we are trying to identify what is the possibility that an aircraft, drones will impact either another drones or a manned aircraft, and then maybe may also have a ground risk on the ground. We are working. So far, we were following the JARUS. We were even the founder of JARUS as EASA, and I think that we developed from a ground risk point of view a very standardizable methodology, especially now with 32.5. At the end, the authorization will identify the population density at which you can operate, and then you have maps, and even we may decide that in the future the U-space service provider may double check that your flight authorization is within the limits of the SORA. So in terms of population density, it's something we can discuss in the future. Why not? But at this moment, I'm not sure why the ARA should also consider the ground risk part. So what we need to understand is how the air risk part is managed. And here I think that we will also work in the future to harmonize better SORA and ARA, because maybe when we are flying in an area that where the encounter rate is very low, what in SORA is considered the ARC-B, maybe you need to have a very simplified air risk assessment. Maybe what is provided by SORA, especially SORA 3.0, may be sufficient. When instead you are flying in an area that is more complex, an airspace is more complex, where there is more encounter rate, then you should have a more thoughtful analysis. And at this moment, the JARUS approach is almost complete, but is still lacking the drone-to-drone risk part. So maybe then we can discuss. Maybe there will be something different. So maybe then ARA may help. But from at this moment, for me, ground risk is done by JARUS. So the SORA, and the only thing that I need to remove from the SORA is the air risk part, because it's done by the authority through the ARA in the U-space.
So somehow I share the same view. I think it will be counterproductive to try to extend the airspace risk assessment to ground risk. For one big reason is that the way the strategic mitigations apply for the ground risk are very dependent on the operations. There was a movie I shot at EASA, close to EASA, in the street close to EASA some weeks ago, and yes, there was security services, there was a fence, there was different type of mitigations. So those things cannot be predicted at airspace level. And definitely that are absolutely essential to get the operational approval and to demonstrate that all the ground risks have been totally considered and well addressed, well mitigated. You cannot do that at airspace level. There is a little, however, so definitely we don't believe that airspace risk assessment should look at the ground risk. The little, however, and that's something that maybe some of you have provided to us, there was a simplification survey by the end of the year, that was last year, I'm sorry, when we received that notion, if the USSP can improve the operators also with regard to the ground risk, for instance, population density, why not? In that case, yes, why not? For instance, knowing the trajectory of the unmanned aircraft, the US, we know what will be the population density that will be overfly. And in that case, correlation sale versus population density can be done. It could be an help in order to diminish a bit the workload of the operators. But the ground risks are very specific to the operations and cannot be totally inferred or addressed at airspace level. That will not work like that. So we don't believe that it's something that we look at, unfortunately. Unfortunately, because I see that you have an expectation there. So ground risk, not really related to use space, but air risk, definitely. We might tackle one question. Natalie will try to answer that in order to already provide some conclusions on the status.
So the first, we have the use space is the best way to make BVLOS flights scalable, but not allowing BVLOS flight without use space is applying an inverse chicken egg logic. So it's a BVLOS flight can be executed safely without use space based on SORA methodology. I think that is a true statement theoretically point of view. Yeah, it can. How many BVLOS operations did we had in the last 5 years? We had some very specific, peculiar, non scalable BVLOS operation. But did we have real commercial BVLOS operation authorization that may be spendable everywhere, even in the same states? I'm not aware of it. So even if from a theoretical point of view, that is correct, from a practical point of view, I even saw one time an operator that through a consultant, they paid a very nice characterization of the airspace, hundreds of pages. I don't know how much they paid for that characterization. Do you think that this is the way to go? Each operator should do this kind of characterization, should not instead be done once by the authority, identifying that is a use space, that is the way to mitigate the arc. Because so the result is that this is not the reality of the day.
So I'm sorry for the other people that send some comments there, but we need to conclude. So time for me to prevent some conclusions. We'll try to provide answers to the comments as much as we can. If you can record them, yes, thank you. So looking back to the initial intent of that panel, I hope first that we try to do our best to clarify the benefits of use space for the operators. Let me remind something, because on the essence of use space, what we need to use space, etc., and as seen by Alberto, we see that there are still some different perspectives on the intended goal of use space. Use space is an airspace solution. The very essence of use space is to mitigate the air risk. So we might find a way to extend the benefits for other areas as much as we can. But the very essence of use space, go to the recitals of the regulation, I'm not inventing anything, is to tackle or to address the increased risk due to the increase of US operations. That's what it's meant for. That's the air risk. So it's not to enable operations above city, etc. All those things in narrowing the scope of use space are conceptual constructs. It's not there. The goal, once again, is to address the air risk. And we must understand that. To address the air risk, for what? We discussed about VLOS operations, indeed, but for and foremost, BVLOS operations. That's really the goal, to enable scalability, wide operation across the European Union in a seamless manner. So that's really what we want to achieve. So use space for that is a trusted framework. We trust the information we get. And thank you, Roger, for mentioning that aspect. We still have a lot to do in order to make sure that indeed we have reliable data in a way that when it's provided to the operators, they can trust it. By the way, this is why we are certifying the USSP. Contrary to, there was another question, what about US system? There is no UTM system in Europe. USpace is the UTS system. USpace is the regulated framework and trusted framework that are there to ensure safety of the US operation at large scale. This is what it's meant for. This is why, go back once again on the recitals, you will see the reasoning why there is the Article 15 for single CISP and USSP certification. This is what we want. To ensure safety, we need to trust, we need to test the service provision, and we need to trust the data that are provided to the operators. So USpace, we have tried to explain that provide a lot of mitigation, tactical and strategic. I insist on the strategic one, arc reduction. Going from a SAIL 4 to SAIL 2 will be huge benefits for the operators because they are really from many parts of the operational approval. It's a pure declaration, if I remember well. So all what's saying, yes, we are waiting 6 months, 9 months, 1 year, whatever. SAIL 2, you don't. Voilà, you declare. And for sure, you build a bit your reasoning and demonstration, but you are alleviated for many of the things. Tactical mitigation, once again, if you don't see the other aircraft, then you have some matters in order to make sure you are safely flying. So, for the operators, very concretely, the message is to say that they are relieved from the air risk part. So what they are paying for, they are paying for the service relieving them from that part of the system. They don't need to have the airspace characterization, they don't have to demonstrate the robustness of their TMPR and the effectiveness of the TMPR, etc. They use the services, somehow they are clear to go. They will get, once again, the benefits of the SAIL reduction. They will have the service for their TMPR. And something very important, there are still many confusion about the responsibility. They are benefiting of a big waiver in terms of responsibility. Contrary to flourishing UTM systems or non-certified systems, they are taking the full responsibility. If they take data that are not good for purpose, killing somebody, they will go to the court. We must say that to the operators. They are responsible for the good use or bad use and good decision or bad decision they are doing. In USpace, they are relying on a certified system, meaning that the responsibility are shared. This is why when we certified the USSP or single Cs, the first question is, who is accountable? Because the accountable manager of the USSP and single Cs will handle that notion of responsibility. So the operators can trust the system, but then are also relieved of the responsibility of the data they are provided. They don't have to be that afraid of using the services. Similarly, for the competent authorities, but they can rely on the framework in order to ensure that safety as well as responsibility are properly managed. Hopefully, that's the goal. Yes, there is a cost, an entry cost that we'll discuss during the next panel to go for USpace, certification of the service provider, airspace risk assessment that are managed by the member state and the designation process that could be indeed quite demanding. And we are working on simplification on that. But that cost first is mutualized. It's not each operator, operation-centric approach that needs to struggle and to demonstrate that it's right. It's mutualized once for all at airspace level. So ultimately, we can consider that the cost projected for all operation is reduced. It's easier and faster in terms of operational approval. So when we discuss the cost, yes, there is an immediate cost to enter to USpace. However, long term, certainly the cost is very reduced compared to the situation we are facing. And as we said, and just as been said by Nathalie, today the reality is that people are not flying. So That's the reality we are facing. So maybe it's better to go forward, use space airspace designation and enabling BVLOS operation instead of staying on the framework we have, sitting on the framework we have, but not seeing the operations occurring. Well, that's the conclusion I wanted to make. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I know there are many other questions from the audience. I know John's got a question as well. What we plan to do is this. I do want to take a 10-minute break now before we start the next one. We are going to use the session at 4:30, the general plenary session, to come back to the questions that you were not able to ask, and also to address these questions online, because we will use the lunchtime and break times to go through all the questions with the panelists, prepare them, and then come back for half an hour discussion at 4:30. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, Stefan, and thank you for the panelists. I think a round of applause for a wonderful discussion. Let's take a 10-minute break, just a comfort break. You can stretch your legs, use the facilities if you like, and please be back at 12 o'clock. We will start the consultation process. Thank you. See you soon. Thank you. This next 1 hour will be broken in two halves. The first part is a presentation followed by a consultation poll, which will be conducted by DG Move and their consultants. And in this session, Elena Miller will take a lead and she will highlight. We will need support from you because we're going to run a poll for which we will highlight the new QR code that you would need to take a picture of. The second half of it is a presentation from EASA. So Stefan Felberg will come back into the foray here, and he will highlight that part. And we will go on until 1 o'clock, at which time we'll have a lunch break for an hour and a half. So without further ado, if I can invite Elena Miller to come here and set the scene, and off you go.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Monish. Thank you for finding the slot today. Good morning, I guess. Thank you for ALC to finding the accommodation. We really appreciate this. So my name is Elena Miller and I represent today DG Move. I'm very glad that we could find this slot because we're starting a progress review of the Drone Strategy 2.0. This is a major, a momentum, let's call it that. And we are here today with Federico Cavaldi and his colleagues from Ernst & Young. This consultation, this will be a consultation where it is supported by our consultant. And we are very happy that they could make it also in person today. But I will talk a bit about the process later. I wanted to, there's still no slide though. If you don't mind to put the slides on. Oh, yeah, perfect. Excellent. It works. That's a good start. All right. So it seems that pretty much the state of play is already done by our colleagues in the morning. We heard quite a lot of good and interesting points. When it comes to overall ecosystem currently, we can say that quite a few things have happened, are happening. We have a regulatory framework in place, in force since 3 years, as already Laura Connor mentioned. So we have certain things. We have legal stability, certainty, if you can call it so. We have the first U-space airspace designated. We do need to somewhat, let's say, see this as an advanced point in Italy. We like to see that there's leadership. Certain member states are taking certain leadership. So we see that clearly. We see that we have 3 certified USSPs at the moment, 3 certified CISPs at the moment, and there's more in the pipeline. We heard today also from Sweden, and amongst, I'm sure many other member states are down in the pipeline to do so. At the same time, there's a lot of things that are not working. So hence the progress review of the Drone Strategy 2.0. We see that across member states, we have fragmentation, we have the implementation is happening at different speeds, as we would, let's say, initially we did not expect this, of course. So if looking at member states, we see that some member states are currently looking at governance approaches and arrangements, looking at different deployment approaches and so on. When looking at the ecosystem needs, I think this is one of the core actually pillars that we need to look at, and we've already started looking at that. Originally, we had the assumption that we will have high density operations. Everything is going to nicely take off. There's not much bottlenecks potentially, and everything will be smoothly happening. It is not happening today. So I have made a non-exhaustive list of some of the ecosystem needs today. And of course, I can add some of them that I heard Laura was mentioning, of course, also on privacy, noise. Well, noise I already have added here under the cities, but we have many others, especially on the operators, I would like to highlight, because access to airspace, this is a major one that we did not originally anticipate that this could be one of our, let's say, struggling moments or moments where we need to really see how to proceed and how we can accelerate uptake. When it comes to the third pillar, I think today the question is no longer whether we can implement U-Space. I think the question is more how we can accelerate and how we can further look for the wider adoption and support the, let's say, deployment across the Europe. So here I have also listed some of those things that could potentially accelerate. And based on this list, we have also built our questionnaire today, and not just this list. This is, as I repeat, this is not an exhaustive list. So if you have arguments of, okay, we can add this, that, whatever, we're very excited and happy that you will do so today. So the progress review of the drone strategy 2.0 has begun. Together with our consultant, we have already begun the work, and the main objective, of course, is to take stock of the implementation and understand where we are currently at, assess the competitiveness and the strategic autonomy, identify any bottlenecks or constraints. This has already come up before today. And of course, assess if the strategy remains aligned with the current market, industrial and geopolitical realities. We're also looking to support the future regulatory developments together with the EASA as well. And we, of course, also don't want to underlook the investment and funding priorities, which is also one of the thematic 7 points that we have listed. Below on the left side, you will see the methodological approach. We will not go too much into detail due to limited time. I'm already over my time of speaking. So we would be extremely happy that today we could ask of you to have a session, a questionnaire session, where we are focused on the numbers. This means quantitative approach. This means that individual opinions is not something we are looking for today in this specific session. This means that also parallel, our consultant has already reached out to some of you, and some of you will have a face-to-face interview where you will have an opportunity to discuss further if you have specific things that have not been addressed within this survey, as this is only one of the many means of the consultation. And especially part of the very beginning of the exploratory research. Also, the preliminary results, just to mention, will be announced in the Drone Summit this year. Maybe some of you already know. This will be mid-November, and we need to check. We will come back whether the date is mid-November or a bit towards the end of November, but for sure, this is where we will be presenting the rest. And the last thing, not the least, the second part, we have combined this 1 hour session with EASA. Just to clarify, these are 2 different things that EASA will be presenting. It is not part of the progress review. However, whatever they are presenting, the proposals will be in the future feeding into the progress review of the drone strategy. So it is equally important to have your support on that as well. So I will hand over to Federico, and good luck.
Is it working? Yes, perfect. I mean, good luck is the moment in which consultants start their job. We discussed a little bit with Munish about that. Yes, first thing first, as also Munish mentioned this morning, we have a separate Vivox for this pool. So I will kindly ask you to take your phone, start scanning the QR code. I think that Elina a little bit explained the scope of this consultation. As part of the methodology, we are running interviews, more qualitative assessment. The idea today was really to have more quantitative, let's say, approach and really look at numbers and how the stakeholders agree or disagree on certain aspects. I put my contact there since we are running this consultation. If you have any question, personal input that you want to give, as Elina was mentioning, we are running interviews right now, and there is time that we can find, of course, to have like more tailored inputs. I think that we can start with the first question. It's an easy one, just to set the floor. The idea is to understand who is here today. So which stakeholder group do you represent? I see, I will be a little bit of sort of watchdogs. We have some number there with participants and people that are actually answering. So when the number are high, I'm happy and we can go straight to lunch and move to the next question. So I see that today highest representation is from public authorities. I think that this morning also was asked about drone operators and there were just few, not that many hand raised, I'd say. I think maybe we can move to the next question. It's about another topic that was addressed today. Was more on the progress. And the question is, how will you assess the overall progress of the EU space implementation to date? I will give you some time to reply. Here we're really looking more on the. You can be. It's good for us, even if you're not happy. There is answers that are like less happy than others.
You said the first question was easy.
Yeah, exactly. I'm being honest and transparent here. Well, I think I'm not sure that this comes as a surprise. But again, the idea of the progress review is also to really understand the feedback from stakeholder on the ground. So when you're happy is good. When you're not happy, we should definitely take this into account. And okay, I think we can move to the next one. Most of the participants already reply. Yeah.
Sorry, can I just use this opportunity for people who are logged in online? Ladies and gentlemen, we'd very much like you to vote as well. Because currently we are registering, around 61 people who are voting. But we encourage those who have logged in online to also vote. Is it worth showing them the QR code once again?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think they can see it. Yeah, they can see it. Is what is shared there is what they see online, so they can scan it and join it. So yes, the next question is, which of the following benefit do you expect from the use space to provide? There are like a longer list of options here, so I will give you some time to go through, select your option. Number raising. Benefit has been a little bit discussed this morning, of course, for the sake of this survey. What we're looking at different aspects, including the operational efficiency, safety assurance, operational costs. I think we can check a little bit. Okay. The authorization or the process of the authorization for the BVL also is definitely something that it's coming out as a main output. faster and better access to control our complex airspace. Well, we'll limit it to 4 because the idea, again, being a pool and a quantitative research, we need also to have some agreement. We cannot have like everyone choosing everything. Otherwise, the survey doesn't make a lot of sense. We need to prioritize something. We can try to do everything at the same time, but I don't think it's the best approach. I think we can move to the next question. They're telling me that we are kind of running out of time. I think this you might like a little bit more. We talk about challenges. It's kind of for the interviews that we already started doing when it comes to bottlenecks and challenges where stakeholder becomes particularly vocal. Again, in this case, there are quite a lot of options, so I will just leave you some time to go through the option and the reply. That we're slowly reaching number. Maybe let's see a little bit the results here. Certification requirement, I think regulatory complexity is 60%. I think this is definitely something that is strongly going out. Okay. But also the lack of business case and economic viability. I think that in the exploratory interview that we ran last month and the one that we started in these months when it comes to business cases, what most of the scholars, the concern that they arise most often. I think maybe we can directly move to the next one. So when it comes to the use space ecosystem, and here we're talking a little bit about different aspects, governance, infrastructure, technologies, how would you rate the maturity of the current use space ecosystem? Mature, very mature, emerging, not there yet? Good to see that the audience is looking down. So for me, it's a good sign because it means that they are replying to the question. Not there yet. Definitely means that it's still a little bit, as already discussed this morning, still work to be done.
I want to talk to the people who said mature.
If you want to reach out during the lunch, me and Yurish can have a chat with you.
Please don't hide.
Yeah. Officially, this is an anonymous service, so but if you want, we can. Okay, and moving to the next question. To what extent the current use space solution enable interoperability between system service providers, aircraft platform, and airspace users? So the focus of this question is, of course, the interoperability. I think that so far, okay, limited interoperability. There definitely most of the answer go on the lower side of the pool. 40%, I think it's. I think we can move to the next one. The next question is in which area is harmonization most needed? Data exchange, interoperability requirements, cybersecurity, network mode identification, communication and connectivity requirements.
By the way, I'm
Data exchange and information needs. Okay. Also interoperability requirements. Cross-border operation as well, and the certification and compliance of framework. Most of you replied. Maybe we can move directly to the next one. Okay, we are looking more about the facilities. Are adequate testing and simulation facilities currently available to support the development and deployment of U-Space services and technologies? Yes, no, fully. Okay.
Let's go to the guy who said fully available, because we should just use theirs.
I think that at the end, especially for the recommendation and some positive note, we will need to catch the people that were optimist. Hard to find, probably, yes. I think we can also move to the next one. Okay. Linked to the previous question, this is more a little bit a sort of a follow-up and focusing on the additional capabilities that you would like us to focus on, or in your view should be the main focus. So which additional capabilities will be the most valuable? Large-scale operational site, cross-border testing facility, interoperability testing platforms, digital twin environments. Yeah. So urban testing environments and interoperability testing platform. Okay. Sorry? I think because so far it's been one of the main focus on the operation side, is what we discussed also a little bit yesterday, where even the question. From this point of view, I think, I don't know if Milena, you want to take the question regarding the need of testing, even though I said at the beginning.
I think these are some of the examples, and at the end we also have an open question, so we're happy to have you comment on that, and we will take that into account. It was not necessarily our intention to focus on testing, but this was originally planned as a follow-up question from the previous testing-related question. That's why. But if there's something missing, we're happy that you will add that at the end of the slide. But we have to move on this time. We can discuss at lunch if you like, or organize an interview that's separately collecting some information. Thank you.
Okay, moving on.
which area of the use space ecosystem should be prioritized for further development in the next 5 years? We are moving toward the end of the pool, and the idea is to focus a little bit on what should be done next. In this case, we ask you the priority for the next 5 years. Again, I think the regulatory framework always pop up as main choice and main focus area.
We'll keep EASA quite busy for a very, very long period of time.
This is my feeling. I think we can move to the next one. So this question focuses on the enablers. Which enablers are most important for more complex and high volume use space operation? So as enabler, acceleration, automation, and integration with the IT system legacy infrastructure. I think we can move to the last question, which is supposed to be an open one. What should be the highest priority for accelerating safe, scalable, and interoperable use space deployment in the short term? In this question, what we're looking for is like, what can we say to DG Move to start focusing on from tomorrow? And what should be the main and highest priority?
Very excited for it. So we would like to see all the phones out.
Can we display the results yet, or? There is a huge implement. Risk-based requirements. Again, regulatory aspects, but also political will, maybe. What resource? Okay. Funding. Less rules and regulation. Okay. Okay, I think we can close the pool for now. Again, as Elena was mentioning, this is part of an ongoing study. And for us, this was an opportunity to focus more on the use space segment. Munish, I give back the floor to you, and thank you all for your inputs and feedback.
Thank you, Federico. And thanks to all of you, as well as those who've logged in online for your input. Let's move to the second part of this double act, which will take us to lunch. And this is where Stefan Fauberg comes back and presents, and with Natalie. So double act of a double act, let's call it this way, for about half an hour. And this is a presentation from EASA.
Is somewhere. Oh, do you have a mic? Do you have a mic? Oh, stay. Yes. Yeah. No, Natalie, come with me. Don't be shy. So first, thank you to the Commission for having organized the survey. That was very interesting. On the last part, I saw many other things that were popping up there. Just to say, because you will see some traces in the next presentation, that we have launched at EASA a rulemaking task where many of you are already aware of or equally involved, where we are aiming to revise the MCGM on the scope of the regulation today, but we are going to make a complete revision. So many of the things that were there on different aspects were anyway be already considered in the frame of that framework. I was a bit surprised by the change of the regulation because we are going to present some things there, but if you look on the use space regulation, it's very lean, it's very high level. So try to reduce something which is already very high level. Yes, indeed. For us, it will make some huge task, but I really don't know how we are going to simplify, except with what we are going to present. So first of all, I would like to thank Natalie to have joined us. I was very happy that he was already there for the panel, but even more at that very moment, because what we are going to present is really an holistic view about how to enable BVLOS operations. And we want to take this opportunity to break some rule or conceptual constraints that have been there, opposing 947, SORA, and USpace, as already started to hint during that the first panel. And what you will see is really an holistic view, starting from certainly restrictive but safe type of operation up to USpace. And what we want really to say, we are all converging to the same aspect, USpace, the SORA, etc., which is one big goal to enable BVLOS operation in the U once again. I will let then Natalie to present a bit the context of that, because it's not per se a USpace initiative, but has been launched by my colleagues from the drones team. If you want to present maybe the context, or you have the mic?
Yeah.
So, oh.
Yeah, so we have been working with authority and industry in the last more than 1 year to start the simplification exercise, and also in parallel to enable BVLOS operation. So actually also based on the initiative that was started by the Irish Aviation Authority, we were discussing how we can try to have an environment where operator maybe can start with a low scale, simple operation where we can gain data, and then we can then little by little expand and see how we can have a regular BVLOS operation. So we also saw that at this moment the number of use space that has been deployed in Europe is very limited. So we were also wondering how we can also simplify things, keeping in mind that when we want to have a high number of operation, of BVLOS operation in an airspace, the current use space is the solution. But the question is, do we already have today this high number of operation? No. So let's start with something simple, then little by little we increase. So if we go to the next slide, so what we try to identify with the support of the Irish Aviation Authority and some other actually authorities to develop a project that was called Living Lab. where we identified three phases. So one phase is try to take the experience that we have already in some states. For example, phase 1A is the operation today is conducted in Dublin, where we have one frequent BVLOS operation in a CTR. There is a geographical zones in that area that will identify that whoever wants to operate in that area need to coordinate with this BVLOS frequent operator. So, and today, since I think a couple of years at least, there are several drone operations that are conducted daily. So there are 2 locations where this operator can fly with 5 drones at the same time. So that means that we can have up to 10 drones at this moment that are flying. And we were there. We saw that there is always 5 drones in the air because there is a lot of requests from the market. And we are gaining a lot of experience from that activity. The problem is that that activity is not scalable because when you have a second BVLOS operator, then it will have some kind of coordination, but at this moment it's not the case yet. So let's start to develop something that will enable this kind of operation. So with the support of the Irish authorities, so now we are finalizing a guidelines that we're going to publish on the EASA website, where we identify the conditions. So telling to all the other states, please start to enable this kind of operation. In CTR, yeah, it looks like the most scary. In reality is the airspace where we have the strongest mitigation that makes the operation safe. Actually, we're not talking about operation very close to the runway. We are talking about operation in a side part of the CTR where normally there is no manned operation, and we are talking about operation at a very low level. So that means that there is also a agreement with the ATM, and whenever there is a need for a manned aircraft to operate in that area, all drones operation will stop. But with the information that we had, that this happens once every couple of months, that there is an helicopter that needs to fly in that area, so very sad. So this is the first. Now we are working on the phase 1B. So how we can do the same operation outside of the CTR. So now we don't have anymore the stronger mitigation that is that the traffic controller know exactly where manned aircraft are flying in the CTR. Then outside the CTR, we need to have something different. We are working on identify how the traffic information may be provided to the BVLOS operator. And so this is something that by the end of the month, we hope to have a proposal that is at this moment under development by a couple of authorities. But this is just to gain information to enable this not scalable BVLOS operation. And it will be always in an area where there will be a lower encounter rate. But then when we want to go to more frequent operation, then we need to go to something that will take stock of the information of the experience that we gained in this phase 1A, 1B, and then we may progress to something that will be scalable. And then I will leave to you what I'm proposing.
Going to take the mic now. Thank you, Nathalie. So now I have the challenge to create adherence on the concept while managing mitigations and expectations. So as said by Nathalie, for sure, the first phase is already implementable. All the provisions are there. There is one problematic is that it does not provide a fair access to the airspace to all the BVLOS operators that may need to fly there. We may have VLOS operations. Yes, going back there. So on the other end of the spectrum, we have the full use per space. As said, there are certain level of reluctance to engage there. Maybe misperception of the level of activity, but as well as some inherent complexity to the framework. And here we have the airspace risk assessment, the designation process, certain level of complexity that indeed are slowing down the pace of the designation. But what to do between the restrictive but safe implementation of the BVLOS operation or support to the BVLOS operation and that full use space. And we were keeping some messages or concerns or requests with regard to one particular point. As said this morning, one of the key difficulty that the operators are facing is to characterize the airspace, is to manage that airspace, as we said during the panel. So we ask potentially non-aviation specialists to characterize the airspace, to understand how many aircraft they may encounter, to define the mitigations they need to have, etc., plus all the operational approval and difficulty to substantiate, demonstrate to their authority that everything is okay. So in very short, the operators in many of the countries are blinded. They are not able to make that job and then to get the operational approval for BVLOS operation. It's also reinforced by the fact that, yes, we class Gulf specifically, so we are not discussing there about CTR, but in uncontrolled airspace, Gulf or ECO, the man aircraft are not supposed to be conspicuous, which harden the task on top of the operators, because even if they are very capable of, how to control that, yes, there is a certain amount of aircraft, even if RB 50% of detection, anyway, how to demonstrate that and to be sure of that. It's very hardly possible for the operators to undertake that task. Meanwhile, we have the use space, and the use space framework answers to those things, gives a framework where all those things are already addressed. We have a full system with clear role and responsibility. We have the service provision. We have the mandate through the SESAR 6005 that make the manned aircraft conspicuous when they are transiting new space. We have the mandate to make the unmanned aircraft visible through the network remote ID. So in terms of detection, it's not 50% based on assumptions. It's the clear mandate by law that the manned aircraft will be visible, then aggregated and provided to the operators. On top, there are many concepts of, yes, we want to have pre-use space, we need to have an easier entry point, with where we go to full use space. So beyond, I'm sorry to be a bit provocative there, but beyond the posture and the good intent, we mean it. So if there are really an intent to go for full use space, we understand that it should be more progressive, but it must be based on the same foundations. If we have different foundations, the construct will not be compatible with use space at all. We'll have different systems. We have flourishing UTM systems that are not compatible, to not say not compliant with the regulation today. So one of the things we want to ensure is even we try to accommodate the difficulties for the use space implementation that must be based on the same principles, the same part of the regulation. So what we are aiming at, this is what you see on the screen now. I make it short. We are looking for a simplified version of use space outside CTR. I know that some would like to see a simplified version of use space in CTR. We are not yet there, and we still struggle to understand how we could simplify in CTR for an obvious safety risk for the manned aircraft that could be there. But outside CTR, we have more flexibilities. That simplified version of use space will be limited to what I was trying to explain, saying we need to provide to the operators the air picture consolidated with manned aircraft and unmanned aircraft. So meaning two services, the network information service and traffic information service, to ensure good detection, to good level of detection and the information to the US operators. In saying that, we are creating a problem, because if we remove simply the flight authorization from the framework, we are necessarily reducing the level of safety that we may have. So use space is meant for high density operations, meaning that we ensure safety by pre-deconflicting on ground, pre or takeoff, the operations, giving the reasonable certainty to the US operator that they will not face another unmanned aircraft in the same position of the airspace when they will fly in. If we remove it, then we are creating a vulnerability to the system. So what you see there, unfortunately, will not be as efficient and is not aiming to replace the full use space. We cannot do that because it will not be unsafe. Will not be safe. To manage that residual risk, it will be less efficient, and we are transferring the strategic deconfliction of the operation by a tactical deconfliction, meaning that ultimately we need to expand the volume. So it's not going really in the sense of what we heard this morning. We need to extend the room, the time around the operations to let the operators detect a threat, react on the trajectory. So that's one of the key items on which we believe that we can remove one of the service while maintaining the same level of safety by well-clear volume that will have to be established between, for sure, unmanned versus manned, but then between unmanned. The principle relies on pure tactical deconfliction. For the other parts, yes, we take the benefits of U-space for inconspicuity, so the manned aircraft will be visible. Then you should have maybe a restricted area on top of the geozone. We have a geozone as per the Article 15 of the 947 and U-space in order to mandate the service and to mandate the network remote ID. Something very important for the ARA. So some member states, they would like to have a kind of open box and they pick up to pick up the service they need to have. We are not going there for a good reason. First, we want simplification, not complexification. We received huge feedback, very, very intense feedback from the member states saying the ARA is too complex. And Natalie can witness, because if we are there, it's because when we made a proposal during the Geozone Task Force of the TEB, member states complain about the complexity of the ARA. So we don't want to bring the choice and the selection of the services at ARA level, because that will be counterproductive. On the other way, we want to simplify the framework, still ensuring safety. It's why you have those operational constraints there. Below 120 meters, meaning 30 meters of buffer for the 150 meters of sailing. Low encounter rate, as I said, it will be pure tactical mitigation, so we cannot work on enable tactical mitigation in a dense environment. In doing so, first, we create the conditions to maintain an equivalent level of safety. Second thing, and this is where the message I want to pass to the member states, we want to simplify the ARA and to provide to the member state something pre-established in terms of performances. What does it mean in terms of timing? What does it mean in terms of service provision, maybe with more alerts or this kind of thing? But we don't want the member state to re-engineer everything, and we want to provide to them a kind of predefined blueprint that could be established as per the operational limitations or conditions or constraints that you have there. Rural area, suburban, below 120 meters, initial arc B. For the member state, at a minimum, to characterize the airspace and to ensure that we are indeed in arc B and not something more dense in terms of traffic. We are also going to establish some entry point, exit points, make sure that that intermediate level will not be misused, for instance, to be used instead of a full use space. First entry point, if you have multiple VLOS operators, you need to choose if you go there or to full use space. I give one example, I will put name there, even the company are not present, but imagine a case where you are wing plus mana, but they need a strategic deconfliction because they need to have a very quick access to the airspace with regular US operations. It's multiple operations per hour. So we don't believe that this intermediate level will be interesting for those. They will have directly to go to the full use space. However, if you have even BVLOS operation, but irregular space operation, then they might accommodate that level operations with intermediate level. First, we have to mean. Ultimately, if you want to go for a very efficient model with dense operations, also including operational complexity in out CTR, critical infrastructure there, or whatsoever, that, for instance, require a lot of coordination with other authorities as per the 18F of U-Space, but we need to go directly for the full U-Space. Ultimately, we need to change the regulation, because today the four services are mandatory in the regulation. If we remove one or two from it, We need to provide a legal certainty to the member states to make sure that first they will work in a harmonized way, standardized way, and also to make sure that the legality of the implementation are reflected ahead in the regulation. Something I have not said about geo-awareness. We need to find a way, because some member states are still requiring geo-awareness, maybe as an optional way, because it provides a lot of benefits in terms of dynamism of the airspace and, for instance, restriction due to emergency services, this kind of thing. Well, we will see. I have not said something, but the SIS will be reduced to the provision of geozone information. And let me already provide other names. We see that the single SIS need to find a way also to have better business certainty as well, because they need to be certified, they need to invest in a system, they need to develop a software, etc., etc. So we also believe, as we have seen in other countries, for instance, in Lithuania with EUROCONTROL, that we give to them the opportunity to extend the service provision, at least in providing geo information. Maybe other things we will have to see, but we also believe that the single SIS will be interested with this type of extension. I go as fast as I can there. What are the benefits we are perceiving from that implementation? The first is to widely and swiftly, not waiting 1 or 2 years, but by tomorrow, enable BVLOS operations. We are providing off-the-shelf solutions. So we are not reinventing the wheel. We don't need years of conceptual discussion. We don't need to reinvent a parallel framework based on whatever, UTM or other things there. We use what we have today. So we don't have to think that much. We are using the provision and the framework that we know well. It's, as we said this morning, a trusted framework, because we certified the USSP, and we still believe that yes, definitely, we must certify the USSP for a very good reason. For the full use space, you have different layers of mitigations. In that intermediate level of use space, you have only one. Safety relies on the strict and sole provision of traffic information. So if we don't guarantee the operators to have the information in timely manner, with a good level of availability, etc., that's an unsafe solution. So we must guarantee the operators that what they have is good for purpose with a good level of accuracy as much as we can. And we must certify the service provision to them, otherwise they will not be able to take credit from it. We are relieving the operators, as we said this morning, about all the airspace matters. So off the set, use it and fly safe. We alleviate the operators and competent authority responsibilities. Once again, as we said this morning, they use the services, it's a certified framework. So indeed, they are less exposed to certain unfortunate events in case of collision. Allowing easier, faster, cheaper operational approval. It's what we say this morning. Also, the fact that we try to bridge this operational centric approach of the SORA to the airspace approach or concept of use-space, airspace solution, which mutualize the risk for sure, but as well the mitigation and the cost. Overall, we still believe that it will help the operators to have a reduced fees in terms of services and gain some time for the operational approval. Reduce cost for the USSP certification, and the flight authorization service is the most demanding in the framework, so maybe not that much, but still there is a reduction in terms of effort. That hopefully will also be reflected on the cost of the service itself. Overall, reduce task and workload, as we said this morning. And what we want to create in order to counterbalance or tackle this perception of use space is too hard, use space is too uncertain, how to invest if there is no business, etc., etc. And what we heard not that far during Helsinki, the event in Helsinki, an easier entry point. Starting with easier operational environment with the restrictions that are there are not negotiable. That's where we want to have them. In reducing the operational risk, we reduce the overall effort of the implementation. And we reduce the difficulty to get in use space. So the first step will be easier than directly to go for the full use space. And definitely, in terms of market, we believe that there is a benefit because instead of conceptually reducing the use space airspace to big cities, critical infrastructure, the port, here we are expanding the surface of the implementation of use space in areas that were initially not perceived as necessary for use space, meaning that there is much more opportunity for the USSP to provide services, also clarifying the business aspects, for the operators to have the services, etc., and to be able to fly, etc., etc. So we believe that in creating this intermediate use space, we are tackling a certain number of uncertainties and difficulty to the entry to use space in facilitating with this first step further implementation of full use space airspace. That will be much more easier, we hope, when you have already the foundations and all the framework set up there. I go very fast because we are going out of time. The decision has been made not that far, 29th of May. And we are rushing to catch the NPA that has been already published by Natalie and the team about the change to the 947. It's why, I make it very concretely, we are working on the change to the regulation to the 664 because it's required. We would like to propose to you, all the stakeholders, the modified package 1st of July with a focus consultation. Mid of July, why? Because we need to catch back the train already launched for the other rulemaking task in order to propose a consolidated package to the Commission mid-September and going hopefully to the committee with the vote of the member state on that solution in October. So we apologize for a bit the time constraint there.
Voting February.
February?
Discussion vote not before February.
Okay, so thank you.
Like in February.
Yeah, so thank you for the clarification. So this is why we are under pressure, then you will be under pressure as well. Try to look what will be published the first week of July, because this is where you will have all the details, meaning the proposal in terms of text, but there will not be that much, plus the risk assessment, impact assessment, and explanatory note, everything there. Last question for you, certainly for lunch discussion. How do we name it? We are using a periphrasis there all the time, trying to not name it. But yes, we need to find a name. I was initially opposed to use-space light, but as we are creating a use-space light in the sense that we're removing one of the service, maybe that's a good way. Use-space like not, because that's use space. It's not something in parallel that mimicking the use space principles, but out of any regulatory framework. That's use space from the beginning. That will be transposed in the regulation. And that will be compliant at the end and safe, hopefully. Voilà, thank you very much. We are looking for your feedback and potentially proposal, concerns, or support. Say a word, Natalie?
So just that, so at the end, our approach is that we will have a solution that is applicable this year, phase 1, A and B. So where already the operator can start to do operation, we can start gaining data. And then by next year, maybe more by the end of next year, we may have then this approach that will enable us to have scalable use space operations. And we are trying to listen what is the request by the industry. And this is the answer that the aviation authority community is now proposing to the industry. So looking forward to receive then your feedback.
Thank you, Natalie and Stefan. What I propose we do, because there's a lot to take. This is new, right? I don't think you probably need a little bit of time to just digest it. And I think some food will help you to get your innovative juices going. So I propose we break for lunch. Isn't that perfect timing? Look at it, 1 o'clock. And then we come back at 2:20. Because at 2:20 we want to take a group photo, and we will start the proceedings of the next panel at 2:30. But please get your thoughts ready for this discussion, for this topic, and we will cover this in the plenary and conclusions part. We have 1 hour from 4:50 to 5:30, where it would be good to cover the generic questions we've had from this morning's panel, but also your thoughts from this panel that we will capture, and you've got some time to digest those. So let's break up for lunch and see you back here for a group photo at 2:20. Thank you very much. Okay, let's make a start. It's 2:27. We've got 3 minutes just to get ourselves sorted, and we'll kick off the next panel, which is very, very interesting. We've not had a panel like this, at least not in our series of meetings. You may know, well, I'm sure you know, you're keeping a very close tab on what's going on geopolitically in Europe, particularly in the eastern flank, as well as in the Nordics and down in Balkans in the southeastern European quarters, where there is an increasing number of attacks from rogue drones or drones that are spoofed by rogue people and brought into European Union and causing delays and cancellations of flights at airports. Many things have been discussed at trying to sort out on a case-by-case level and still ongoing. However, the military stakeholders are exploring how U-Space can be used to add an extra layer of security to addressing some of these risks. For instance, U-Space can help to identify a friend from a foe, and U-Space can also help bring all the stakeholders together, so when something does take place and coordination is needed with all the stakeholders, U-Space allows a digital, fast and easy way of coordinating them rather than phoning them, because time is of the essence at that time. With that idea and a lot more, Stephen O'Sullivan from European Defence Agency is going to moderate a panel where they're going to uncover a lot of these ideas and see what can be done and explore the possibility of military being a USSP. So without further ado, Stephen, I'll give the floor to you to take away with your panelists. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Munish, and it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you very much for the invitation. Actually, when Munish was trying to put these panels together, he had two criteria. One is you had to be named Stefan, and the other is you had to have the same haircut. So we were the only two who met those criteria. And the haircuts were caused by use-based stress, just so you're aware. So I'm with the European Defence Agency. I'm a project officer working on a range of UAS programs. Before I introduce the panel and we kick into it, I said I'd take just a few moments to touch on what the EDA does and what we're going to be doing, because we don't frequently partake in the panels or discussions in these, hopefully a little bit more in the future as we become more integrated. I think many of you were at EDA headquarters in December, and so we will hopefully welcome you all back to our new building, which we'll be moving into next year. So we'll have a new building in Malbeek. So the end of next year, it will be probably open for business. So we can have a look at that. So in terms of UAS, what are we doing? So I suppose it can be broken into 4 or 5 different parts. So the first one is airspace integration, both for large ORPAS and for the low-level systems with U-Space. The second area is in terms of airworthiness and the certification of aircraft. The next area is representing the UAS operational users, so the frontline people who use drones in the battlefield. And for example, one of the things we've done in that regard is with the support of Latvia. Last week, we ran our first UAS training course for FPV, or the first-person view, attack drones, where we had representatives from 16 member states, military personnel who deployed to the field in warlike conditions, and were trained and tested on the latest TTPs, or tactics, techniques, and procedures, coming from Ukraine, so that we can promulgate that knowledge and those TTPs across the European member states. Within the same, say, stream, we're working on training, we're working on harmonized syllabi for the various different types of drones, so member states in Europe can all work together, train together, and then fight together if the need arises. And we're also doing focused on organizing and conducting joint exercises. So the motto in the military is you train as you fight as you train. So we're doing joint exercises in Portugal. 2 weeks ago, there was a joint exercise with 14 member states, all who brought their own drones, operating a realistic scenario both on land and at sea, doing surveillance, etc. So, and then finally, the other area we're working on at EDA is, you might be familiar with the defence strategy from the Commission, Defence Readiness 2030. So within that, there are 9 priority areas that Europe have identified that we need to rapidly and efficiently work together to fill gaps in our capabilities. And one of the key priorities there is in drones and counter drones. And I suppose that's one of the reasons why we're here today. So we're working on a project of common interest with the member states to fill the gaps that we have, both in terms of drones, so manufacturing them, ensuring that industry is equipped and enabled to build up and scale up. Also, how do we counter them? And we'll go into this in some detail in a moment. So that's it. That's where we kind of a quick introduction to what we're doing in EDA. I'm not going to discuss on how it's structured because we're currently going through a large restructuring where we're growing in size by up to 1/3. Still hasn't been settled on how the new agency will look with the directorates, etc. But we are growing and expanding, I suppose, in terms of what we're offering to the member states. So so that's kind of a quick introduction. We have a very esteemed panel here today. I don't think I could think of better people to have on the panel to discuss civil-military cooperation, in particular within the framework of U-Space. We have, I'll get the panelists to introduce themselves in a moment in terms of what they do and what they're going to bring to the panel. We have Sven from EUROCONTROL, who works on technology integration in civil-military technologies. Hervé from Aegis, who EDA have been working closely with for a number of years. Thank you very much. And we have Didier from Skydrone. So what I'll do is I'll ask each member to introduce themselves, a quick few words on what they're going to bring to the panel today, and then we'll go into some of the questions. And then finally, at the end, for about 15 minutes or so, we propose to have questions from the audience and from those of you online. Okay, over to you, Sven.
Thanks. Good afternoon. Happy to be here. Happy to be invited to this panel. Sven Rensmeyer. And you don't see that, but I'm actually still active Air Force officer of the German Air Force, Luftwaffe, Lieutenant Colonel. My background is CNS. I'm an engineer, 28 years of military now. I was sent to EUROCONTROL on special leave in the interest of the service into the civil military coordination unit there. However, I also worked for EDA 3.5 years, so I was one of his predecessors there. And 24, I was also working for EASA, and I'm still doing that. 30% of my time is still dedicated to EASA, so I'm a little bit split person, Air Force, EUROCONTROL, and EASA. And the other topics I take care of is counter UAS, and that is a good fit because my CNS background was focused on surveillance and search and rescue, and I already talked to one colleague here is also from the search and rescue area. So that is a little bit different to what normally we would do in the military. Hand over to you, please.
Thank you very much, and very happy to be part of this panel too. Thank you for the invitation. So my name is Hervé Drébillon. I work for a company called Aegis. Aegis is a large construction engineering and operations company headquartered in France, but with operations and activities across the globe. My particular background is in air traffic management engineering. I've been working in this sector for over 30 years now. And in the last 6-7 years now, I've been more and more active in the domain of drone operations, UTM, U-Space, now advanced air mobility. And within Aegis, I'm in charge of developing our activities in this sector.
Good afternoon. Yes. Good afternoon. My name is Didier de Castleck.
Yeah.
Hello. Okay, this works better. Hi, my name is Didier. For those who didn't understand me the first time, I've been working with Skydrone for more than 5 years now. Skydrone is a daughter company of Sky's, the Belgian ANSP and Brussels Airport Company, and we've been working a lot on drone enablement, UTM and U-Space, the identification and authorization of authorized drone flights. And then lately we've been moving to drone detection and threat assessment of unauthorized drones around airports, seaports, and critical infrastructure. We've also worked with military and civil alike, so maybe that's the reason why the non-military guy on this panel.
Thank you very much. I'm going to stand up because I'm hidden behind the screen here. I'll just begin by asking Sven. So Sven, as he mentioned, comes from an air defense background, and traditionally air defense in Europe looked at large aircraft or aircraft with a larger radar cross-section coming from the east, armed with missiles, bombs, etc., or low-flying helicopters approaching tactical targets. The military have now had to adapt or are required to adapt quite quickly to a new threat, the low, so small UAS. We've seen it in the papers. We've only seen, I think, actually the tip of the iceberg of what's happening in Europe with the hybrid warfare being waged on Europe right now. So we're no longer, in a situation of peace. So from the military point of view, or from Sven's point of view, with his experience as your experience as a former air defense officer, how do you think the military have to adapt and change, and how can potentially tools like U-Space support us with this to face the new threats?
Okay, thank you. Important, and that's what Stephen already mentioned. It's Sven's view. I cannot speak for the military. The military is very, very wide. There are many, many branches and many, many states. The military view always suffers from, we have so many different legal backgrounds, frameworks, and capabilities that it's really hard to say that the military thinks that is. This is my view with my background from air defense, and together with my background from ATM. And you already mentioned it. In the past, we had these layers. We knew that the enemy would come from the east. We had different layers of radar. They would be coming low flying, all right, to evade radar. And then they would hit us, and we had different ways how to engage them with fighter craft, with surface-to-air missiles, and that's basically it, until the point that each soldier would be prepared to engage these aircraft with their own means, and that is duck and cover, but also to fight with your personal weapons. Now the situation completely changed. We have an evolution the last 4 years that is tremendous. Not that we didn't see that this is coming and that there are many, many opportunities coming with UAS, but also that there was a lot of cuts on budget the last 30 years because there was no threat. We all thought that this would be a peacetime, and suddenly we see, oh, that maybe was wrong, and we need to speed up now. And that is also why, and I think there is no other military here. It's not that they are not interested in this and that they don't see the need, but currently we need to focus on the biggest and nearest crocodile to the boat and hit that first, and engage on the topics that are battlefield related. However, the battlefield is not anymore the battlefield it has been before. It's more, and you said it, hybrid. We have a situation that we might have drones inside a peacetime area, that suddenly become defense relevant. You don't know, is that drone just looking to make pictures, or is he trying to monitor your operations, your training, your capabilities, or whatever? Most likely, and we have seen that the training that is provided for Ukrainian forces has been spotted by drones a couple of times, so this is no secret anymore. Or even worse, is there an attack imminent or not? We have seen also making use of UAS for the military, and that's also speeding up really fast. If you watched the news yesterday, the US lost an Apache helicopter in the Strait of Hormuz, and the recovery was done by drone, actually, UAS maritime, but that also is something new. We already have now prototypes for recovery of personnel. We also use drones to deliver ammunition and also deliver goods, and I think that all of that will relate to U-Space. We will need to have that connection. We need the data. We need to find out who's the bad and who's the good, or turn it around. We need to find out who's the good guy. So we don't need to take care of that one, but we need to identify then who's the bad one, and we need to take a look at those. And most likely, I think that the military will also become a user of U-Space, also in peacetime. Just a little bit story from way back in the past, 30 years ago, when our radar was broken. We would scramble a helicopter to bring spare parts because it's urgently needed. So sometimes it was a little box that was brought by a helicopter. Today, you would probably send a drone or somebody, even maybe a civil provider that sends a drone to bring that spare part to that radar system because it's urgently needed. So on the one side, we will be user, I believe, and on the other side, we will need that cooperation, very much similar to the cooperation we have with the ANSPs. So there is this, and I connect to what Stefan said this morning in his summary slide. We need that trust framework. We trust that the USSP has selected staff, is doing its best to have controlled coordination of what's going on, and all the users that are appointed or have a contract with that USSP, they're trusted entities, so we do not have to take care of that. That would be the perfect world, almost like we have an ANSP, call it DFS or Skies or whoever, and we have an airline that we also trust, that we do not have to take care of that, at least not for the first moment.
Very good, thank you. Hervé, the EDA commissioned a study into how U-Space would potentially affect the military. You led it on behalf of Aegis. Maybe you could just touch on, say, the objectives of that study and the kind of key findings.
Yeah, indeed. So this study was initiated in 2021 by EDA through a 4-year contract. You have to have in mind that at that time, 2021, the U-Space regulatory framework had just been published, and we didn't yet have MCGM, so it was very, very much completely new territory. The initial objective of the study was to understand from a military point of view how the implementation of U-Space, and more importantly, the U-Space airspace concept, could affect the typical military missions, military objectives, and so on, because the military had came into the definition of the regulation a bit late in the process, and the impact of this new regulation was not well understood on their side. So that's why EDA started this study with a secondary objective, which was to try and develop a common military view to be shared among EDA member states, and that EDA could then promote to other aviation institutions in Europe. So the first part of the study that we conducted was exactly that, understanding how U-Space implementation was going to change the structure of the airspace, facilitate the introduction of new entrants in the airspace, and understand the challenges that these new entrants would create for the military. Then in 2023, we looked into a more specific topic, which was to assess whether the main safety mechanisms in U-Space, e-conspicuity and the dynamic airspace reconfiguration, could apply for the specific military operations. And the conclusion of this part of the study was that they were not very well suited, because e-conspicuity is precisely something that the military sometimes want to avoid. And the dynamic airspace reconfiguration only works in controlled airspace. So there was basically a potential safety issue for military operations that were not to be conspicuous in uncontrolled airspace. And finally, in the last year of the study, we investigated how the military could also benefit from the future use-space framework. So having looked into the possible challenges and issues, we also looked at the potential benefits. And we identified how the different mandatory use-space services, once put into operations, could benefit the military, typically to facilitate search and rescue operations, to improve the recognized air pictures by providing information on drone traffic, etc. And that's where we also investigated different scenarios for the military to become active players in the use-space ecosystems. And so not only, let's say, being affected by use-space, but either consuming the use-space services or even contributing with some information to use-space, possibly as a use-space service provider for the military.
Thank you very much. And I should mention that study, or those series of studies are available on the EDA website. And interestingly, at the time of the studies, when we were exploring the different, we explored 4 or 5 scenarios whereby the military might engage with use-space. The first being, no engagement, but 4 real scenarios. For many years, there was very little feedback from the military, but more recently, particularly within the last 12 months, we've had a lot of engagement from the military in terms of becoming or exploring the potential to become a USSP. So bringing us from the theoretical side and the studies, it leads us very well into now the practical implementation of this type of integration. Didier has experience with the Birdie project, which basically conducted a series of, let me introduce you, Didier, to explain what exactly you did and how particularly the integration worked with the civil military side.
Well, thank you, Stephen. Well, Birdie was a very interesting project as its goal was to implement use-space airspace in the port of Antwerp. This is not military airspace, so we weren't challenged with segregated airspaces that we weren't allowed to use, but we did involve state aircraft operators just to look at the challenges that we would meet with people not wanting to participate or not being able to participate in a use-space airspace and not willing to exchange data at certain points in time. Well, implementing use-space airspace wasn't as easy as we thought it would be, but we did learn a lot from trying to do that. And one of the things I would like to touch upon is if you look at dynamic airspace reconfiguration, it is a way of opening up airspaces that are now statically closed for civilian drone operators and allowing them to fly when the situation allows. Now, looking at the vast challenges that defense has, and I'm going to steal your words, the integration between civil and military on drone use and integration in use space is a crocodile very far away from the boat of defense. But it's one of the most challenging topics that we have in civilian drone use. I mean, there's just areas in our airspace that we cannot operate flights in because X times per week this airspace is closed. It's a low flying area, it's a helicopter training area, and we haven't found the key to opening it up. And under what pretext? Having looked back at what we did in the Birdie project, a couple of things stick to my mind where it could actually help defense use space as, first of all, a flight authorization system. If you're looking at an airspace and you have 30 drones flying per day and you're concerned that one of them could be an enemy drone, then knowing which drones are authorized will help you focus on the ones that are not. I think a flight authorization in airspace safety is a strategic deconfliction tool. I think in military context, it can be more than a strategic deconfliction tool. It will help you focus on those that you know are not confirmed to be friend. And then hopefully that's a minority, not always, but hopefully that will be a minority. And then you have the tactical deconfliction. I mean, you need traffic information. Everyone needs to be conspicuous. That doesn't mean that military has to show where they're flying if they're doing military operations or doing test flights with Ukrainian counterparts. I mean, there is the opt-in to use space where you can be a user of the use space data and not participate by sharing your position if you're not allowed to do so. And I think that's a very important thing to keep in mind. I mean, if me as a civilian operator, I'm not allowed to see where you are, then I can do everything I want, but I cannot avoid a mid-air collision. The responsibility, if you want to be covert, is then with the military operator. But trying to avoid civilian drones or other aircraft, if you can't see them, is a much harder task than if you can actually see them. So I believe that just those two use space services, flight authorization, knowing the good guys from the unknown, because you can't tell who's bad, but you can say those are the good guys, those are the unknown, and traffic information service, know where everyone is going to be a huge tool for defense to be doing their responsibility. And if they need to fly covert, or if they need to close the airspace because they're doing a high sensitivity exercise, then they can. But they don't need to close it all the time for the once or twice that they do that exercise. So that's my reach out to defense, even if that crocodile is miles away from their boat. This is something that's close to my boat, and I think an easy one to crack.
Very good, thank you. Yeah, you just, as you were speaking, it just brought to mind the mid-air collision in February last year between a military helicopter and a civil airliner in the United States, where the military aircraft was not conspicuous, essentially. And it was just a transit flight, I believe. So, 100% right. You know, there are the cases whereby there's the requirement for a covert operation, let's call it, you know, are few and far between. But when they are, then the military need to ensure separation. I suppose you mentioned the data transfer to or data sharing, and that's a challenge I think that we'll come back to again. But discussing this with our US Department of Defense colleagues who have implemented a type of military use space around critical infrastructure and airfields, one of their challenges is the sharing of information with civilian companies. So they're concerned with where the data is going, where it's going to be stored, where are the servers, who has access to the data, are they federal employees who have completed background checks and things like this, and that's something we need to consider here in Europe as well. So thanks very much, Didier. So Sven, based on that, so we've heard there some of the ways that use space can be used to support the military. So from your experience, both straddling both the civilian sector and the military, your military experience, what are the opportunities and the risks of the military using use space based on your experience?
Well, for sure, the opportunity is to make available this data. What would be really helpful if the data is already filtered, that we really get that data that we know is there might be a problem. If you flood the military with all the data that is available in use space, we cannot handle it. The systems currently operating are already highly automated. So what the system does for the manned aviation is that they correlate flight plans with the flight track, and as soon as there is a deviation, then the system will alert, and then one of the fighter controllers or one of the identification guys takes over and takes care of that case. And something similar I could imagine would be really helpful for the military for all these use space areas. Yes, there's a risk. We need to control the data. We need to know who is using that, who is providing data, because you could also flood the system. Classical denial of service. If somebody injects wrong data or multiple cases, then we are done. We cannot handle it. So there needs to be, again, I repeat that, this trust framework. We need to have qualified entities that work in close cooperation with the military. For this engagement of these drones, that is still another topic. Who is really responsible? And this is also a topic that is important, I think, for the USSPs, civilian ones. Because currently the rule, they changed it in Germany, for example, that the military is allowed to shoot down the drone if it is considered an imminent threat. So if the military does not know that your operation is authorized, and it might be that your UAS does not come back. So this is something that also there needs to be this exchange of information. There needs to be a good cooperation, and then on top with police, what makes it even more difficult because we have this split responsibility. That's something we need to really, and maybe we can cover that in USpace, that we make it easier to filter out really the cases that are of concern and highly automate the process that is behind and triggered.
Yeah, you touched on a very good point, and Munish mentioned earlier at the start, we have one, I think, law enforcement agency present, but there's a big gap, I think, in the whole USpace area, which is the law enforcement entities. Because they are probably much more frequent user than the military, except in countries where the military provide air support today to the police. Come back to Hervé. So in terms of the study, the military have a huge diversity of different types of operations based, going from flight level 600 with higher airspace all the way down to nano drones and everything else. Did your study explore the various different types of military operations categories, and which ones would be most affected potentially by the implementation of USpace?
Yeah, indeed. The way we proceeded in the initial part of the study was to identify or to describe use cases corresponding to the most typical military missions. In order to ease, let's say, the reuse of this material that we developed by other projects or other bodies, we tried to stick as much as possible to the approach that is used in SESAR projects, and trying to develop a kind of OZ document, describing the operational environment and the operational use cases, etc., identifying the actors, the workflows between them. So all of this is available on EDA's website, as Stefan mentioned, and can be reused in your own activities. The use cases describe how the different military actors' tasks and procedures are affected by the implementation of USpace and in these specific use cases. Through our assessment, we identified that the most challenging operations from the military point of view were the ones that would take place without planning, so emergency situations, interceptions, unknown civilian aircraft or unknown aircraft flying in national airspace that require identification. So every time there is limited opportunity to plan these operations, and in addition, if they take place in uncontrolled airspace, that's where the difficulty really lies. And that was, let's say, the basis for our team to provide some recommendations on how the military could let's say, adapt to this new framework, the new USpace framework, in this type of situations.
Thank you, Didier. You guys, I suppose, are critical in Belgium, in particular, for securing critical infrastructure, the airport in Brussels. And you mentioned flight authorizations and ways that we can, support the military access to USpace. Do you think we should And if we should, then how would we achieve full integration of civil and military operations use space going forward?
Yeah, thanks. First of all, you mentioned flight level 6. If we're looking at integration, we're talking about the first 400 feet. So it's a relative demand from civilian side. I mean, I'm not going to fly my DJI Mini at flight level 6 yet. I mean, we may have ambitions. I may have missed a memo from EASA, but I think we're still limiting ourselves to the sub 500 feet airspace. We want to integrate there. I mean, there are some challenges, but what we're trying to set up for the civilian use of drones in the lower airspace is also very useful for defense. For example, we're trying to navigate a medical drone through a helicopter training area, and now we're only allowed to do that when the helicopter training area is inactive. And if we want to do that, well, helicopters have a tendency to also look up that space under 500 feet. So there is a real danger. And the military guy said, well, if you can come up with a system where you can see where our helicopters are flying, please let us know, because we don't know ourselves. They're flying under Mode S reach, and they're not answering the call from the Mode S radar. So even if there was a willingness to collaborate there, I mean, you still need the technical devices to do that. And civil-military cooperation, with the need to fly that drone from one hospital to another, will find a solution that's acceptable for both parties to do that. And then if you can see each other and you can avoid mid-air collisions, then as long as there's no covert or urgent or other need, then I think drone flights could be accepted, as long as you have this assurance of safety, the safety and security. The safety is what U-Space is about.
Maybe just to explain a little bit, last year they also reactivated the low-level areas in many states for training flights. Some flights, yes, they want to be covered, but mainly in peacetime, it's mainly police at low level. The other ones are not technically reachable with Mode S or other means. For the other aircraft that we are flying, that the military does not want others to see, is just because we don't want to see tactics and capabilities of the aircraft to be detectable. That is the reason why, not only since this conflict kicked off, but we see this the last 15 years, that the military is really, really careful and not using too much Mode S. For the newer aircraft, there are even rules not to use it at all. So I'm talking about F-35 is not going to use Mode S at all because the US prohibit that. So we will not be able to see that unless we find another way. And then I fully agree with you. U-Space could somehow bridge a little bit between the two worlds.
Well, the good thing is for the F-35, it's not detectable by radar, so it doesn't need to flow under 500 feet.
So Hervé, as part of one of the, I suppose, the things that we found most beneficial in the study was the assessment of the state of the art in terms of use-based implementation amongst various different nations, and different member states have taken different approaches to civil-military cooperation and collaboration in terms of use-based. So I suppose my question is, based on the volume of data that you've captured, what differentiates those ANSPs and member states who have, say, displayed good collaboration and coordination between civil-military actors and those who are maybe lagging behind a little bit? You don't have to mention Skydrone as a good example.
I was going to cite the Verdi project as an example of something that worked quite well, in my opinion. Usually, the states and the NSPs that are handling the implementation of U-Space well from a military point of view are those that have, let's say, seen in U-Space more a strategic question about their future role as a service provider and not only as a compliance exercise. So by that, I mean, it was usually the decision to implement USpace was usually a trigger for having broader discussions with all airspace users, not only airlines and pilots of controlled aircraft, but let's say having on board all the different airspace users that were operating in low altitude, and that of course included the military and all other state aircraft operators. So countries where this dialogue has been initiated early, where there have been some task force or working groups involving the National Air Navigation Service provider, the military, potential USSPs, etc., and airspace users, have been very successful, in my opinion, in starting the implementation of USpace, because this initial work has helped each of these different actors to understand the requirements and the constraints of each other. And together they have been able to develop some understanding, some trust, and to progress in their understanding of how the USpace concept should be implemented at their local level, I would say.
What I feel is very important is if we look at the future and the possibility of military becoming USpace service provider, or at least participating in the USpace game, is, I think, in the strategic deconfliction. I fully understand that a lot of things are not to be shared, position of planes during exercise, and that's even the tactical information. But even strategically, you don't want to know up ahead when helicopters are starting to train, because if someone has bad intentions, that information is crucial. But they can play an eminent role in the strategic deconfliction with them only knowing where the critical areas are. They can just say yes or no to a drone operator wanting to transfer that airspace at that possible time. And it can be immediate. It can be, yeah, you can't fly now, we can fly in 5 minutes. We don't have to have intel coming from the military that we're not supposed to have this deconfliction in place. They can play an active role. That's the message I'd like to get across.
Very good. And in terms of how Skydrone operates then at Brussels Airport, and if you can share, how do you collaborate with the other airfield across the road, across the runway? So you've co-located with a pretty important strategic military airfield. They probably have counter UAS systems or not. But how does that collaboration work? And also with the police then externally?
You can see them as two different airports, but they're using the same infrastructure, and it's managed together. So that Skies and the military ANSP working together. We just play a role as a service provider. So we gather all the information. They use the same UTM system for authorizing drone flights, and that's managed centrally. And we also do the drone detection around that airport, not for the defense point of view, but for checking who is authorized, who's not authorized, and to guarantee the safety of the aircraft landing and leaving. So that's a completely different ballpark, but they have access to the data that we gather, and we filter all the data that comes in. So our goal is to go from detection to identification to threat assessment. The UTM system and the fact that you have the serial number allows us to detect and identify what we're detecting. It's not just a blob on the screen. And then filtering it through the UTM system, you know who's authorized to fly there and who's not. Unfortunately, we're still at 80% unauthorized, so we still have a big problem, but not all of the drones detected in the CTR are a threat to airport safety or airport security. So what we do is we try to filter from like the overload of information that you mentioned. You want to filter the 30 detections you get per day to maybe only 2 or 3 per week that you need to respond to. And that's the most important role that we play at Brussels Airport.
just because we are talking a lot about our airport and air bases, it's important to mention that this evolution we do in the military now, or we are experiencing, is not only for the Air Force. Air Force is actually easy because we know EUROCONTROL, we know EASA, so terms that are pretty common also in the Air Force. But all these UAS that are now popping up in all the branches are in medical services, are in the Army, are in the Navy. So we need to be, so this is a learning curve. They will soon understand that there is a different framework, that we need to put these drones in, that this new dimension they are entering, they need to also follow other rules, and there are other players. But this is a phase where the use-space community also needs a little bit take them by the hand and lead them a little bit, guide them a little bit, and support the training and the learning curve. I think this is really important, just to avoid that something goes in the wrong direction.
Hervé, based on your experience, what would be, I suppose, the best piece of advice you would give to stakeholders who are, just starting to earnestly now engage with use-space and look at its implementation in terms of their interaction with the military?
Well, as I said before, the need for cooperation between the civilian and the military around new space is clearly identified. The next step in the reflection is to see how this coordination can be put into operations. Of course, civil-military cooperation is not new. It didn't come with use phase. So there are already some frameworks, some established procedures and principles, typically with the flexible use of airspace. So the question is rather how, let's say, some operational procedures can be derived to implement this civil-military cooperation, taking as an example or as a basis what is already available for civil-military cooperation in ATM, but without reinventing the wheel. That being said, there are some specificities to use-space and to UTM in general. Comparing to ATM is that it's a highly automated environment. Lots of information is shared between technical systems. So you don't have this controller-to-controller coordination available. And for the military, that means also adapting the way they coordinate with the civilian to the specificities of the use-space environment. If they want to benefit from the information that is generated by use-space, as we said, whether it's for recognize their picture, to manage their own drone traffic, etc., they will have to make changes to the system that they are currently using and that are interfaced with the civilian ATM systems. So all of these aspects, the regulatory aspects, the operational aspects, the technical aspects, all of this needs to be explored together with the civilian counterparts in the implementation or tentative implementation of this military USSP concept.
And just to add to that, because I fully agree with what Hervé says, is if we take it one step further, I mean, critical infrastructure has the obligation to protect its perimeter and its site against possible drone attacks. And that's collecting a lot of data, filtering through and deciding who are friend or foe. I think defense has a slightly higher level responsibility. Is not the resilience of the site per se, but it's the resilience of the country or the resilience of the city that they need to be protecting. And that doesn't mean, it would help a lot if the civilians would share their information with defense and defense vice versa would give back the information to the local site, because if I'm monitoring the 5 kilometers around my critical infrastructure, if there's a drone coming from 200 kilometers further down, I will not detect it. It would be very nice if defense would say, guys, put your helmets on because something's coming in. And that doesn't mean we have to share all the information. We only need to notify each other if there's something threatening coming. I mean, defense doesn't want to know from the 200 critical infrastructures that there's 50 drones flying around. They don't care. If there's a threatening one, a malicious drone one, then it will become relevant. And if you have the identification and the authorization levels of those, that will help a lot.
Yeah, very good point. It comes back to what Sven said at the start, I suppose, and saturation of sensors, etc. Hervé, you mentioned the dynamic airspace reconfiguration. I know EASA have shared, a timeline of, I think it's 12 minutes from activation of, notification that you need access to the airspace, and the airspace has to be closed for other users, to implementation. And we were discussing this in the military, whether that 12 minutes is realistic or reasonable. And most militaries operate on with a quick reaction force of 5 minutes notice to move. So people have to be in the aircraft within 5 minutes, and then the aircraft starts up and it takes off, and etc. So, and in fact, I was speaking to the Air Force in Ireland, who operate the police helicopters in the Dublin metropolitan area, where we have MANA. And I was asking them, how does this work in reality? And I suppose it's a very pragmatic, small country. It's, as we heard at the start, the benefits of having a small country like here in Luxembourg. In Ireland, the same. Almost everybody knows each other. It's a classmate probably who's operating the drones, and you ring him on his phone and say, "I'm on my way." But there has to be specific procedures, and one of the things we're trying to do with EDA is harmonize procedures. So I think that's a takeaway as well, is that if something works well in one place, then harmonizing those procedures so that not every country has a different procedure. We're learning that now with cross-border operations of ORPAS, where we are, and countries, member states are flying ORPAS, cross borders, carrying out live operations, whether it's tracking the shadow fleet or other surveillance operations. But the problem is, as you cross a border, your procedures have to change, because the ANSP in one country wants you to, if you have a lost link procedure, for example, there's different contingency procedures. So it's the same in U-Space, so we need to consider a harmonization. So before we open up for questions, because I'm conscious there were a lot of questions earlier, so we'll give time for that. The last thing I just wanted to touch on for this panel is the money question. So, defence budgets have been swelling quite quickly after years of, we'll say, underinvestment. One thing that has not been swelling at the same time is recruitment of people. So militaries now are finding themselves cash rich, but people poor. And I think it's the same across most countries in Europe now. Hence, they're looking at conscription, etc. But from the financial side, with regard to U-Space, I'm interested both to hear from the floor, but also the panel here. Do you think, and maybe I'll start with you, Sven, do you think there's scope for defence budgets to support the rapid implementation of U-Space, whereby it's providing a recognised air picture, which is something that the military are tasked with doing? Or how do you think that will work?
You already said, or you already mentioned the problem. We have now big pockets. My salary didn't go up, by the way. Did not help at all. The problem is that the people we have stayed the same currently. So we are now in the problem that we have the money, but nobody who's managing it, or who can manage all these projects, and to write down all these papers. The administration in the military is tremendous. It's unbelievable. Has its reasons, so no doubt about that. However, especially, and we see that with this evolution in the UAS, both that we are now engaging the innovation cycle in Ukraine 6 weeks. We in our procurement and development cycle, we cannot keep up with that. What I believe, and that's already, and we already mentioned that a little bit, what really would help is to reach out and to provide a little bit of what we gather as feedback from the other areas of civil military cooperation, ATM, take what has been learned and offer it also to the military, so make it easy to take over and to step on that. If we wait for the military to engage that topic, I know there is this interest, but they are just not capable of doing all of that. As I said, there are bigger crocodiles currently, and that's what we need to take care of first.
Hervé, I'm interested in, because I know you did a cost-benefit analysis and on the 4 levels of ambition, say, for the military. So if you could touch on that.
Yeah, indeed. The different solutions or different options for the military to become actors in new space that we investigated in the study we conducted for EDA were all also assessed from a financial perspective with the data that we had available. So looking at all the different cost area from system upgrade to implementation of new procedures and training of staff, etc. So obviously, the more ambitious you are, the most costly the option is. But there are some very practical things that can be done with limited investments, such as just using the existing use-based services by the military to obtain some information and not change much to their technical systems and to their existing procedures. So already, let's say, obtaining some benefits from a use-based airspace or a use-based environment established in a country for the military, it can be something very cheap and quick to implement. Of course, it will not be the ideal picture that we have imagined of having a dedicated military USSP, which will require much more work in order to have the sufficient maturity to put that into operation. But as a first, let's say, initial benefit, just accessing the information that is generated by USpace can already be very helpful. We discussed the detection, identification and detection of drones, so to build a complete recognized air picture that will already be very helpful for the military objective to identify all the objects that are flying in a national airspace.
Just a final thought on the cost benefits. I mean, looking and knowing the civilian drone industry and how it's struggling today, I think there's another opportunity for civil-military collaboration, because I think the civilian drone industry has very well understood the cost side, but they're very eager to discover a little bit of benefit.
Yeah, and I think we see that as well now with industry pivoting a lot towards dual use technologies. And I suppose the next presentation as well will touch on that with test and evaluation centers that are being made available in Europe for industry. And just Didier, do you think while the military, we've discussed briefly that some countries are considering the military as a USSP, which from a security and defense point of view is great, but there's obviously a cost to that, to the commercial side, to industry, that I suppose it cuts them out. And if you have a government, putting their funds behind that is so, how does, we'll say, on the civil side, how do you view that?
Well, in theory, the USSP market is an open market. So if military would position itself as a USSP, it would just be one of the USSPs. If they have better funding, then there'll probably be a better funded USSP than the civilian USSP, but it doesn't stop a civilian USSP for going through that process and proposing its services to drone operators as they choose. And then the difference is not going to be who's better funded, but who's offering better services to the drone operator. And there again, you can't protect military intelligence by becoming a USSP, because if it's information that's not allowed to be shared, well, it's never going to reach the civilian USSP either. So I can see benefits from the cost point of view, because having gone through partial process, I know it costs a lot of money to become a USSP, and we're not there yet. I mean, we've even stopped that process because of the cost side. So having other parties wanting to become a USSP, perfect. I can only welcome it, because it's without USSP and without a CIS, you don't have USpace. Well, you can say, hey, look, this is USpace, but no one's flying.
Maybe final thought would also be, we have that framework. You started that study. Final thought would be that we make use of EDA, Eurocontrol as think tank to support these activities, to drive that. But that is always based on the wish of the states. If they ask us and push us and say, we want you to do that, I'm pretty sure Munish is nodding. We would be happy to do that, but it all depends on states' wishes. Same for EDA. I don't know if they say continue, we continue.
Thank you. So what I'd like to do is open up to the floor. Well, before I open up to the floor for questions, actually, just can I get a show of hands for those present in the room? Who here is in the military or has ever been in the military? Okay, so I think, and we don't know online, but I suppose it's interesting that there is a certain amount of knowledge about the military already in the U-Space community, and I've noticed this when I went to EASA a number of times for different TEBs. There's a lot of people transition from the military into aviation naturally and stuff. So there is generally, I think, a level of understanding there on the military's concerns and considerations, etc. Okay, so questions. Any questions here from the floor first?
Thank you. Thank you for the nice presentation of all those military aspects. I haven't heard much about interoperability between military systems and civil systems. And Sven, you mentioned the innovation cycle of 6 weeks in Ukraine. If you want to keep Europe independent from other regions' technologies, how can we best then organize this cycle of innovation? And I answered the question for you. This is by building a strong drone ecosystem in Europe. And what then stops us from doing that? And that was my big question this morning when you see all the benefits of U-Space. Why didn't we do it before? And now that we are in a completely different geopolitical situation, U-Space should not be a showstopper. And investing in U-Space should not be a showstopper, especially if I see on the other side of the Atlantic that the US is performing, before the end of this year, they will be performing 2 million commercial flights, BVLOS flights, commercial flights, 2 million. Why aren't we capable of doing the same under our regulatory umbrella? And another thought that I had, if you saw the presentation this morning of EASA colleagues, they are pushing for taking a further step based on geofencing and e-identification. You said that authorization is so important, and given this new need, maybe from military and also enforcement agencies, situation awareness, why do you think it would be wise to leave this authorization service out of the equation, at least in the first step? Thank you, and thank you for your interesting presentations.
Thank you very much for the question. You said you'd go easy on us.
Those are 3 questions.
Great ambush technique. Didier.
Well, I'm just going to answer the authorization stuff. I think the authorization is one of the key elements of airspace safety in a U-Space perspective, and I would not leave that out of the equation. So I don't want that to be understood in the wrong way. But I'm going to leave your 2 other questions to my honored colleagues. Thank you.
Interoperability, yes, that is a topic. The good thing is that we already have that. The military or since years, we use the same standards. We are pretty much well connected. We even connect to SWIM now. That is all fine. I don't see a problem there. There is a good cooperation, and that's why we are very good position in Brussels next to NATO. There is good cooperation, and we align quite well, even with the counter-UAS activities. They have a known standard for what's called Sapiens that they use, and it's all that is fine. I think that we don't have a problem. Why we don't progress? Yeah, that's a good question. I think it's really that we need the people to push for that. Maybe we also need to go a little bit more risky and not overcomplicate things. But that's my personal view. Just do it. Looking at EASA, no.
Hervé, would you like to comment? Are you?
I think I'm not in a position to answer to the question on how we are going to materialize the benefits of U-Space. I wish I had the answer. But just, let's say, strengthening what Sven just said on the interoperability of civilian and military systems. I don't think this is a strong issue. At least from the results of the study that we did, the question is more on the operational side, operational procedures, organization of the military to meet, let's say, the organization of U-Space, etc. But from a purely technical system point of view, there is no major challenge here.
Yeah, and it was learning from the traditional ATM network, and I think interoperability in that regard is very strong. So it's a matter of transitioning and taking the lessons from that to the UTM environment. But if I can just touch on the question you asked about, the innovation cycle that we see in Ukraine. I read a very good, or it was actually an interview with the German Chief of Defense Staff about procurement, military procurement, and he made a very interesting point, which it took me a few minutes to fully understand, which is that current military procurement model systems are designed around not procuring anything. And I couldn't understand what he meant until he went into some detail, and he said they were designed during peacetime, years ago, because there was zero money available. But so everybody went through the full procurement cycle, which took years. At the end, you could brilliant, thank you, but there was no money for it. So then you start the next cycle and the next cycle. And it made a lot of sense to me because I worked in procurement in defense forces for a couple of years, and it was the most frustrating thing I'd ever done. And now we see in Ukraine where you have 6-week innovation cycles. In fact, last week in Latvia, we visited a number of drone factories, companies, and you could see, it was shocking to see, it was scary, if I'm honest, to see the scale at which they're turning out these UAS. They're being deployed to the front lines. They're getting a phone call saying, you need to change this. And they go straight in and change it. So it's a whole other scale. So, and to help that, I suppose, in the EU, militaries are changing the procurement system, but to support that, EDA, and I mentioned earlier that we're changing our structure internally, and part of that is to support with joint procurement and collaborative procurement. So where 5 or 6 or 10 or 27 countries want to buy the same thing, then EDA supports that with taking a level of the burden of administration from the various different member states and speeding that whole process up, and of course reducing the individual cost per unit, etc. So that's that. Any other questions here from the floor? Okay, you have the mic, so you have the control.
Yes. So it's my name is Adriano Acanfora. I work in SESAR Undertaking. It's more a comment for further discussion than a question. So I'm also a former military officer. I see that the counter UAS has 2 phases, the detection phase and then the action or the reaction. My comment is there is no doubt that the U-Space services will help a lot the military for the recognized air picture. But the real challenge to me is the detection means, because the USSP will give the military drones that are authorized, the drones that are tracked. But for non-cooperative drones, we still need to find the solution, also the coverage, because it will be very difficult to cover the territory for very low level and non-cooperative drones. And from this point of view, we are also doing research to make this detection. And so we can also maybe cooperate in the future to see what will be our outcome from the project that are ongoing. So this was the comment that I wanted to make.
Well, thank you for making that point. And I think it's very important for everyone to understand that the traffic information obligation of a U-Space service provider only relates to cooperative drones. And it's fair to say that the threat in military context will probably not come from that side of the equation. But it doesn't mean that you can look at U-Space and say that's a drone detection solution. That's nothing. One has nothing to do with the other. Detecting cooperative drones or detecting drones out of a defense or security perspective are two totally different subjects. You need different tools. You need a different way of looking at things, but you can share the information. I mean, I'd still feel safer if between the drone detection and the counter drone measure, there's some system saying, watch out, this one's allowed to fly here. Don't shoot it down.
Yeah, I might add just on the detection side, it's it's a massive challenge. At the moment, the Commission are running the EUDIS program, which is Defence Innovation Startup, and I think there's approximately 80 companies in Europe who have submitted proposals with innovative solutions to detect to mitigate UAS, everything from acoustic to millimetric wave radar to sensor fusion, lasers. Sven and I were at Ramstein Air Force Base couple of months ago, and the US have implemented a system there to detect, and it feeds into their use, let's call it their UTM management system. So it feeds in data. So you see collaborative, cooperative UAS and non-cooperative, and their own drones fly with a basically it's a little tag, an ADS-B tag essentially, so they can see pretty much everything. But when it comes to the cost, one of their counter UAS systems that they've deployed to one side of the airfield has a cost of 2.6 million, and they have multiple of these around the airfield. And that is a number of different sensors, and it's still probably not 100% effective because you can fly in under it, you can pop up the drone over the fence if you're underneath the counter UAS system where the side lobes of the radar don't cover, etc. So you're talking about, the detection. It's a big challenge, and it's about sensor fusion, but there's unlimited costs when it comes to it. And I think the key takeaway, though, from the military point of view, is that USpace is a tool. It's one tool in your toolbox to create this recognized air picture and provide security. But it's a great point, and I'm glad you made it, because I think that's a real good takeaway, is that the active detection side is something we need to consider. Yeah.
I wanted to tie in what Kun was saying myself. I think USSP provide an essential service in creating a digital ledger where every flight, every operation is recorded, which makes you also backtrack, because there could be authorized as flight that were masked as, intelligence gathering or activity that could be then marked as suspicious. So my question is, how do we go from something that important as the force services, the geo-awareness, the communication that was done on the 11th of February by the European Commission on strengthening the security package on drones, lowering their recognition to 100 grams, and saying, okay, let's take away flight authorization so we make it easier for companies that would never be qualified to be USSPs, so they can start operating and releasing, airspace when flight authorization is so important, because it creates that ledger that makes you backtrack and see who flew, who did that activity, and data that needs to be shared with the local authorities. There should be also police USpace, fire department USpace. Everybody has to have access so they can, share the airspace.
Is that a question for anybody in particular?
I'll be happy to answer that very quickly. There's a difference between the authorization and the identification of what pilot and what operator is flying that drone with that serial number, which can be achieved through flight authorization and the creation of ledgers. I mean, in the drone detection service that we provide to airports, we don't look at authorized drones only, we look at all of them. And recently, November last year, Brussels Airport was visited by, let's say, RF silent drones. That means that even from the safety perspective of the airport, and that's non-military point of view, we're upping the antes. We're moving from radio frequency detection only, which is for cooperative and non-cooperative, but RF recognizable drones. we're adding radar, we're adding visual detection systems so that the security level can be increased. But what we also track every drone we see. So even if you don't have the ID card of the pilot operating it, we do have the tracks that these drones left behind. We do know who was flying where the pilot was standing, and all the rest. So one is not automatically related to use space. Drone detection as such can also do that.
Yes, I have the mic, so I guess I can jump in. JP here. I was heavily involved in the Birdie project, so this is a question maybe a little bit less to my ex-colleague Didier. But I was just wondering, the military are of course not the only ones exempted from U-space, yet sharing the same airspace as everybody else. So that challenge of see and avoid, where not everybody is involved, is not only a challenge that is a military one. And by the way, the issue of covert operations just as well exists at the police side. So all state aircraft operators, whether you're military, whether you're police, whether you're fire brigade, customs. So my question is more on the military side. Do you think there's a willingness on the military side to kind of join forces with other state aircraft operators and maybe consider being part of, I don't know, a state USSP, because military as USSP, are we going to go for police as USSP, customs as USSP, or do you think it might be a good idea? And have there ever been any initiatives that you know of from a military side where you said, you know what, let's join forces and create state USSP for state aircraft operations?
That's a very good question, JP. I would say just quickly, yes is the answer. There are now considerations in that regard, but I would say that 1 year ago there were not, and this has come about because of the recent spate of drone oversights of critical infrastructure at different air bases, etc., etc. So some countries are now exploring this. What it's going to look like, as a joint USSP, etc., it hasn't really been resolved yet. The study from Aegis proposes a number of different options, and it goes through in some detail how it would work. But at the moment, I think it's still at the exploratory stage. I think one of the challenges with it is the resources. So those countries who have experienced these drone overflights, that have been highly publicized, they're the ones who are taking this more seriously and are now really looking at U-space as a tool. But again, when you speak to them, they have 3 different projects ongoing. The officers is one officer, a couple of NCOs in an office, and they're trying to do everything. So it's about getting the people on board with the expertise, and trying to push that forward. So yes, I would say is the answer, but what it's going to look like, we don't know yet. Sven.
Maybe to add, that is really the willingness. Yes, I would say there is willingness. The problem is that and that's a big challenge, is that it's 2 government areas, that's interior and that's defense. That makes it already a little bit more difficult, and then there might be others coming in. So that thing would take probably a couple of years. But if, and again, connecting to what we said before, and we have a study and we have proposals, and we drive that story a little bit, providing already a little bit of opportunities, benefits, and ideas, that would probably help the decision takers to step on and take over such ideas.
Yeah, and one more thing I'll add, which is related, is traditionally state aircraft exempted from EASA, regulations, but I think that whole area is becoming a little bit more blurred. And while the military will strongly stand up for this right to be not, regulated by the civil side, more and more we see that the military need to use those regulations to enable their own operations, or they need access to the airspace, so they need to comply with certain things. U-space is a good example, but also larger ORPAs are an example. And in that regard, EDA are now proposing to work with EASA to develop the certified category of ORPAs, because it's an area where the military have a lot of experience operating these systems, and we need certification to open up that whole area for industry, and also to enable the military to operate. So there's more and more collaboration in those regards, for sure. But good point on the police are probably the highest user of this they're a big consideration, and I think it would be good to have more of those, more law enforcement kind of present in this as well. I think we're just about out of time. I think let's have a quick look online. Some of the questions were already kind of answered. Maybe I'll just take one question from online. Yeah, so for military USSP, where is the border between responsibility of the military and the operators of critical infrastructure in terms of UAS detection, UAS air picture synthesis, and UAS implementation? Very good question. And I suppose it comes back to something we said earlier. Each country is currently doing their own thing in this regard. Germany changed the laws nationally to enable police to take down a UAS. Some countries still don't have any regulation on that. For example, President Zelensky was landing in Dublin in December, and the Navy detected UAS in his flight path, but there was no rules of engagement. So some countries, are behind on this. So all of this has to be resolved. What are the rules of engagement? Who's responsible? Is it the police or the military, or is it the critical infrastructure, security, etc.? So very good question. It's not harmonized yet. So I think, Munish, we're just about there, and I know my colleague from EDA is online, Tanis. So thank you very much. I'd like to thank the panelists for the great preparation and the very good session today, and thank you, the audience, for your interaction.
Thank you very much, Stefan, Hervé, Didier, and Sven. Thank you all very much. A topic that's fairly new, bubbling, but also very, very important. I'll use this opportunity that before we have a break, which is in 15 minutes, we want to give you just a very quick update on an initiative that was kicked off a couple of years ago to create a synergy between civil and military test centers. And our colleague from European Defence Agency, Athanasios Lempesis, who's a project officer, and EDA wants to just give a quick presentation online. Athana, if you're there, go ahead and start your presentation.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me, Muni? I can hear you, and
Athanasios, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. You cannot hear me.
We can't hear you. You're not muted, are you?
No, and my mic is working, so
we can see him on the Teams, but we can't hear him just yet.
Yeah, indeed, online it works.
Can you hear us now?
I can hear you.
Looks like there's some technical. I can see him. He's waiting in his office, and he's moving, so it's not a frozen frame. Oh yes, he's even waving at us, so he loves us, by the way. You can hear us. We can't hear you. You need to shout.
I don't think so, because online they can hear me.
We can hear you.
Okay.
We can hear you now. Sorry, I was just joking.
Okay.
Well, we can all hear you. We can all hear you. You're looking at about 80 to 90 people. You probably won't be able to see all of us. So if you're ready, you can start your presentation.
Yes, I'm ready. And just for you to know, there was kind of issue, but I got a message that our colleagues online, they could hear me from the start. So anyway, the only thing that I cannot see the presentation because I have sent to you. So I just need to check the slides. Yeah, so this is the first slide. So, first of all, thank you very much for the invitation, and I really apologize to everybody and that I'm not there. But as I told you, I had a meeting. I had to participate in a workshop for AI, very relevant to the drone sector, and it was impossible to be in both places at the same time. But anyway, thank you very much, and I think it's a very good opportunity to update you on CTEB. I'll try to be fast. I have only 3 slides about DTEB because I believe that the audience should be aware about defense evaluation base, And for those that I already know about it, just to remind them. So next slide, please. Okay, so the Defense Test and Evaluation Base, it's actually a portfolio, an entity, an office within EDA. It was established by the member states to support member states in the field of test and evaluation. We call it DTEB, and our activities are organized around two main pillars. The first one is the Defense Test and Evaluation Plenary Group, and the other one is the Test Centers Networks of Excellence, which brings together test experts from the member states. And both these pillars cover the full of defense capabilities across these four domains. So air domain, land domain, maritime, and cyber information. Our objective is to provide a common framework among the member states that supports cooperation, information sharing, and we also facilitate the identification, which this is the most important part, the identification of suitable testing resources across the European Union. Next slide. Okay, so now I would like to highlight a very important point. DTEB, Defense Test and Evaluation Base, is not a database. It is a network of test centers and test experts across EU. And the real value of this network, of this initiative, is the fact that it is based on the expertise, experience, and cooperation between the organizations and the relevant actors that perform testing and evaluation activities on a daily basis, end users, manufacturers, operators, research institutions, and so on. Of course, we do have a database, and the database is one of the tools that supports this network. The scope of the database is to provide visibility of the available testing capabilities, and is used, as I said before, for the identification of suitable facilities to cover specific testing needs. Today, the database contains more than 400 organizations and capabilities, and it is really particularly relevant for the UAS community because approximately 1/4 of the database, almost 25% of the registered capabilities, are related to UAS. So, and they cover areas such as flight testing, sensors testing, communication, navigation. We have wind tunnels, etc. Next slide. And just to conclude the introduction about the DTEB, the Defense Test and Evaluation Base, this community brings together all the key actors that are involved in the defense tests across Europe, armed forces, MODs, defense and civil test centers. We also, the last 2 years, we have integrated in our community the industry and academia, and of course, the test and evaluation experts. At the center of this ecosystem, it's the EDA, our portfolio. We are act as the focal point, and we coordinate the relevant activities, and we facilitate cooperation between member states and the stakeholders. And the idea is by connecting these communities, we promote exchange of expertise. And as I said again and again, we help member states to identify opportunities for cooperations. We are talking about a collaborative approach. We used to say a networked approach. And we think it's particularly valuable for emerging technologies like drones, autonomous systems in general, where operators, industry, manufacturers, researchers, test centers can work all together in order to address common issues in our domain in test and evaluation. Next slide. So after this short introduction, let's focus now on the CTEB, the Civil Test and Evaluation Base. This is a joint initiative of VDA and DG Move. It was developed to support the flagship action 14 of the drone strategy. The objective is to connect both civil and defense drone test centers with the relevant end users, the manufacturers, the operators. The initiative addresses a common challenge across Europe that was the trigger, and this is the limited visibility and the fragmented availability of the drone testing facilities. That was the reason that the Commission decided to put in the drone strategy to this flagship action. So to address this issue, CTEB provides a centralized platform. So it's a workspace inside CTEB. It's part of the database where the users can identify, can register in a fast track approach. This is very significant for the civil side. And they can identify testing facilities and capabilities that are considered suitable for their testing needs. What also makes CTEB particularly interesting is that it is built upon the DTEB. That means that the users can potentially access not only drone flight test areas, but also a wide range of defense testing capabilities and civil testing facilities relevant to the aviation domain. So we are talking again about testing laboratories, flight test areas, specialized measurement facilities, and other infrastructure that can support drone development and validation. And of course, since drones are dual-use systems, CTEB creates new opportunities for cooperation and synergies between the civil and the defense sectors. Next slide. Yes, okay. So, like the DTEB, the success of CTEB relies on cooperation between the multiple stakeholders. So at the core of the initiative, it's DG Move and DDA that we both jointly coordinate the project. The initiative is also strongly supported by the DTEB community on the defense sector, which includes the member states experts and specialists. And the DTEB is, as I said, the entity that manages the defense test and evaluation domain. You should know that it was the member states who recognized the value of the CTEB initiative, and they approved its implementation. We need it, and we got the approval of the member states to proceed. So on one side, we have Civil and Defense Center, which provide us facility capabilities. And on the other side, we have the end users that are searching on the database, come in contact with the defense and civil test centers in order to perform drone testing to evaluate their systems. So as you can see, that the CTEB acts actually as a bridge between those who provide the services and for those who need the testing services for development, validation, verification of their systems. Next slide. Okay, so about the pilot phase, we recently completed the pilot phase. The pilot phase was designed to validate both the concept and the functionality of this platform. The results were very encouraging. During approximately 5 months of this pilot activity, more than 40 organizations participated across the European Union, and more than 70 capabilities were integrated in the database, which is very valuable not only for the civil side but also for the defense sector. Participants strongly supported the concept of this EU one-stop shop for drone testing facilities, and they recognized the CTEB value for increasing visibility, facilitating collaboration, and supporting innovation across both domains, civil and defense sectors. Because generally, the autonomous systems, drones is something hot and something new. So as an overall conclusion, the pilot phase confirmed that there is a strong demand for a European network of drone test centers, and validated CTEB as a promising tool that can be easily accessed by the civil side and can be easily used for both the defense actors and the civil actors. Next slide. Of course, while the overall feedback was very positive, however, the pilot phase identified several areas that the platform can be further improved. The main feedback was to improve search and filtering capabilities, enhance the user experience, and increase the data standardization across the platform. The participants also proposed several potential features that could add value to this initiative, such as collaboration tools, the capability to get notifications, and to enrich the content of the database. So we believe there is a room for further development of CTEB, and this is the direction we agreed with the member states to follow. And we can go to the next slide to present you very fast the way ahead. So actually, what was decided a few weeks ago is that we can run CTEB in normal operation. And this is the current status. So now we have concluded the pilot phase. We expect to have, and it's of course free of charge for the civil side to register on CTEB, and I will go in details on the next, which will be the last one. As a next step, we are looking at the evolution of the current database and the CTEB workspace into a more mature and capable platform. And for this point, we have already, as EDA, initiated the necessary procedures to upgrade the platform based considering the feedback from the pilot phase. We expect that next year we will have a totally enhanced database, more secure, user-friendly interface, enhanced functionalities, new structure, and more. We have already a demo. We have already a contracted some works on this on the enhancement of the DTEB and CTEB, and the first feedback is very promising. And finally, we are currently discussing with the Commission and the member states to find a way to strengthen the collaboration between the civil sector and the defense sector in the field of drone testing. We intend to proceed in two directions. So the first one is through collaborative projects, like to organize testing campaigns with the participation of defense and civil test centers and of course end users, or the development of digital twins for test centers, which is a new technology that we are also discussing in our governmental, I would say, bubble on the military sector. And the second direction is to invite the civil test centers and civil end users from industry, academia, and also operators in our open sessions, in the DTEB meetings, in the open sessions, under the umbrella of what I called before Test Centers Network of Excellence, of course, for the air domain. The idea was, I have also referred to this in Hamburg last summer, is not to have only a database, but to create a network of civil and defense test centers similar to DTEB, which, as I said before, it's not only a database, but it's a network of test centers and test experts. And this is feasible. So we expect not on the next meeting that will be in Kiel, because it will be very limited, but on the meeting after that, which will be probably next March, to have a dedicated session in their domain for testing drones, and of course all industries, all participants here that are interested will be invited. And this is the last slide. So regarding the registration, as I said, now the platform is open for normal operation. What you have to do, it's only to register, to create an EDA account. Very simple. You go to EDA website. You ask for for registration and you choose DTAB, you will not see CTAB. And then you need to send us only 2 documents. Anyway, you can come in contact with us, or we will come in contact with you when we will see your request. And we need a solemn declaration that your organization is in Europe, in the European Union, and a certificate from local authorities that justifies that. And then we can get access to the database. You can search, and we are responsible to bring you in contact with the defense testing facilities. Of course, if you need to use the defense sector for testing, for performing testing of your products. Yeah, I spoke a little bit quick, I would say, but the message is that CTAB, this pilot phase was concluded. We are in normal operation. We have plans for the near future, and we hope your collaboration and your help in order to strengthen our collaboration between civil and defense sector on drones. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, and if we have time, feel free to ask.
Thank you, Athanasos. I think we may have questions, but we have no time. That's the problem. So what I propose is that we will take questions in the session after our coffee break, and then we'll come back to you to seek your response outside this meeting. So thank you very much for taking the time to presenting it to us. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you very much, Munis.
How many of these one are VLOS or BVLOS? But to the discussion that we had with the member states, we know that more or less no more than 20% of these authorizations are BVLOS. It should be much less than 20%. So mostly are VLOS. And another information is that the time, the waiting time to receive an authorization in average is 155 days. Yeah, because maybe there is some states that are shorter, some that are longer, but so the average is 155 days. And the reason is because most of the time, especially from the air's point of view, there is a lot of negotiations to discussion between the authority and the operator to find it.
And there was a follow-on question with that, was that if that's the duration it's taking for BVLOS operations really to be authorized, what do we expect that once we have use space, what impact will that have on the duration?
Yeah, so if you have use space, then the air's part is already solved, is ticked. So you just need to then work on the ground risk part, for which SORA 2.5 now really identifies a way to standardize the assessment. We have the maps with population, and so we think that the ground risk is not a problem anymore with SORA 2.5. We have also now the ESORA that will help authorities and the operator to standardize the approach. But also, if you go to the ESORA today, the air risk is not developed because at this moment we don't know how to enable how to solve the air risk.
Thank you. There's another question, quite a strategic question, long-term one. Can use space be used for manned aviation? I think that's something that, Stefan, you may want to say something.
So today, not, because we don't have any legal provisions, even not the technical way to do so. However, AGU, I believe, may look at it. And operationally, there is an interest, because one of the key questions we have today is even we provide the position of the aircraft in the airspace, possibly the heading, because the heading is part of the parameter that are available. We don't know what is the intent. So it's pretty difficult for an operator to see a spot and to identify if the aircraft will be there, or there, they will make U-turn or whatsoever. So in order to ensure a very efficient deconfliction, but we need to predict where will be the manned aircraft with regard to the position of the on-drone, and then to take decision based on that. Today, the operators are indeed in the blue. Providing such kind of services with the declaration of the flight intent across use space for the manned aircraft will provide certainty about the trajectory of the manned aircraft, and definitely will bring safety added value and operational efficiency. So not for today, In the future, I hope we will see how to do that. We have the same problematic for HEMS. For instance, they would like to create a kind of corridor saying, I will be crossing the airspace from there to there. But we don't have the capabilities. Then let me say something, because it comes very regularly, indeed, but the problematic is the same outside your space today. How today, for BVLOS operation in class Golf, we don't have this information. And for the vast majority of the community, it seems to be enough or safe enough. So I always wonder what to answer that, because I have time to time the impression, even I like the idea, that we are bringing that too much complexity as well in the space, where some people are really from that when we discuss outside operation, outside use space. Definitely, that's something that I hope AGU may provide answers. And Chorus looking on digital flight rules as well. So many things there, not for the next years, but maybe, yeah, within a couple.
Right, next regulation.
So in 5 years, 5-10 years maybe, but yes, we are looking at it.
Thank you. Is another question back to the discussion that you two had in the panel one, and it goes as air risk mitigation from Arc C, Charlie, down to Arc B, Bravo, can also be done in SORA without use space based on what SORA calls common structures and rules, including strategic deconfliction based on local 947 geozone-based local UTM systems. If use space comes in, will that possibly disappear, was the question.
So today, SORA asked the operator to provide all justification why you can go from an Arc C to Arc B, so to how you can mitigate. Yeah, and you may justify that you are in a portion of the airspace where there is in reality little traffic, or during time in which there is lower traffic. However, this is the assessment by operator 1. Operator 2 will do the same. Operator 3 will be the same. Operator 4 will be the same. Then really, SORA is not working like that. So yeah, now today we have a small number of operations, so the probability that will be multiple operators in the same airspace is very limited. So today, this is why we have the Living Lab phase 1, that we can already try to find some solution, not scalable, because we know that there are few operators we can do. But when tomorrow, and this we are here in order to help you to have a lot of operations. We want to see a lot of drones in the same area. How then we can separate from manned and unmanned traffic? The solution today we have is only use space.
Just to complete or to reaffirm, we are using that provision of the SORA to reduce the arc from use space, because then use space is a common structure and rules that we are applying in a given environment, and this is why we are able to reduce the arc from X to B, because we believe that B is enough. So we are doing exactly that, but using the use space as a tool to make it.
Okay, another question on ARA, and I'll read it as follows. I'm wondering for the future, well, did the apple fall down? Yeah. If the ARA includes contingency and emergency procedures, if the UAS to UAS encounters should be considered. The UAS must be contained and must be foreseen to come on the ground in perhaps a foreseen emergency place.
That might happen, but before to go there, we are going to provide information to tactically help the operators to take decision and not to end up with evasive maneuver at the very last minute and pray that by providence there will be no crash or to be forced to land or whatsoever. So there will be different layers of detection and information that will be provided to operators. By the way, whatever in full use space or intermediate level use space, the same. Ultimately, yes, we are going to ask and to clarify that in the next version of the MCGM to provide such kind of emergency procedure to make sure that they are prepared to avoid a manned aircraft, which is already there. This is the Article 11 of the regulation, so nothing surprising. But once again, for sure, we need to formalize that. And what I would like to see for use space, a kind of harmonized way to do that in the airspace, because if you start to take decision on your own trajectory, in use space specifically, you might have adjacent operations. So in avoiding a manned aircraft, you must not create a threat to the others, or to the maximum extent possible to reduce that threat to the others. So in the frame of the other rulemaking tasks we have in CGM, I have asked the group to think about what about operational rules or that kind of situation, type of event, can we harmonize certain things? The thing I want to say, ultimately, the same outside space. The community wants to fly outside space, but what about the risk of collision and how to manage the confliction in class Gulf today with BLOS operation? The situation should be the exact same. So we are again bringing a lot of complexity for good reason. That's very relevant to space, but first, how are we making the things today outside space? And here, I hope the community will help to tell us what's going on the other member state.
So if I may add, since we want to have a progressive requirements that will enable to scale operation, so this living lab, so we want to already give indication to authority how they can enable few number of operations. So we say one BVLOS, regular BVLOS operator that is flying in an airspace with some other VLOS operator. And then in this case, we don't need to have use space. We just need to have then some kind of a conspicuous. This is what we discussed this morning. But then when a second operator, regular BVLOS operator, want to fly in the same area, because then the investor saw that there is a market there finally. So at this moment, what we see, we don't see a regular BVLOS operator, because most of the time we find that there is no certainty what is the cost, how to do this kind of operation. So let's try to start to give instruction to authority to enable small number of operation. Then when there will be a market, so there will be more operators want to fly there, then we can go to the level 1 or whatever we are going to call. And when through the network identification, we will see that there is a large number now of operators, and this very conservative, well-clear volume that is identified by the use space level 1 is not anymore enough to support all business. Then we need to scale to the full use space. So this one something. So maybe will be some area where we will not have any use space, because maybe this there will be only one single BVLOS operator flying there. Most of area will be use space level 1, and some area will be then use space level 2.
Okay. I know that Torsten and Sabrina was in the same panel. Is there anything you want to say to add to no, nothing from your side? Okay, there's one more question online, and I'll come to you, Adriano. The only one question that I want to point out, which was on there, is it relates to Laura Kona's presentation. She made an important point that SORA approval delay is a killer for UAS business. Could this meeting, U-Space Network meeting, have a recurring agenda item showing the average delay in each European country, shining a light on the problem to encourage development of solutions?
So this is a value that as EASA we are collecting. Now we identified as one of our KPI in order to identify how the solution you are proposing is effective. So it's an information that we will collect every 6 months to the authority, and then we can share. So.
Yeah, because I know at lunchtime and also during the coffee time, I was talking to a few people, I think Sebastian and Kuhn in this case, because in the United States, they're declaring some big numbers about flights. I know that when we were in Lisbon, we had a call with the FAA guys, and they declared up until now they've already had 500,000 BVLOS operations or flights, and they're aiming for 2 million by the end of the year. And we don't need to compete with them. I think that people were just asking what the situation is like here, and do we have visibility, at least, do we have visibility of such operations? I don't know if you want to say.
So then let me, because that's something we reported also inside the EASA. Then we have a call to the industry and the associations, because we are not able to compete simply because we don't have the data. So either it's very low, and then in that case we are bad and we need to improve, or simply we are not collecting enough. Who is able to collect the information, how many flights, how often, how long, etc., are the associations. So here we are targeting the associations that are directly working with the operators. So JEDA, I don't know if you have JEDA in the room. You have EDA and some others. Please ask your members to declare how often they fly in order for us to aggregate, and then we'll be able to compare figures based on solid inputs. Ultimately, maybe EUROCONTROL may help to collect the flight, because you do for airlines. Much more.
I can tell you that we have already floated. I have already floated this idea with my network management colleagues, and I almost said to them, "Can we create an EAD for drones?" It's a discussion that we're having at the moment with the CNS colleagues who are responsible for the EAD. At least on paper, it sounds like a good idea, but I think we're going to keep pushing to see what response we get. Go on, Natalie.
The NPA is under consultation. We also now included a requirement for operator to report every 6 months information, including also the how many flight and also how many flight hour, plus additional information that's required. So now there will be mandatory provided to the NEA, also because the NEA will use in order to identify the risk-based oversights that they need to organize them. So then for the open category, we don't have any but the open category is I don't think we ever talk about the BVLOS, so it's not covered by the open category. So then here we need to have support from industry to collect data, because also then we're interested. But for the BVLOS, a specific category, then will be the operator that will provide with the authority, and then we are going to collect and we are going to present also on the hub.
Yeah, well, that's good. 2 questions. I think first Adriano, you, and then Sebastian. I think he raised his hand first, so maybe.
Thank you. So if you allow me, first of all, a bit of promotion from SESAR Joint Undertaking, that we would like, wherever possible, to make our contribution, both to the update of the drone strategy with the GMU, and also if there will be any room for collaboration also for the update of the regulation, also in light of the light use space, if I call it at the moment like this. And some consideration for our brainstorming, meaning that this is also my personal opinion as a ATCO background. I see that the use space in any way, also when will be in place, there will be a limit. Okay, the limit will be the density and the number of operation that will be feasibly manageable without incident or accident. What I'm saying is that we need a lot to do in research, and we are doing it, because probably U1 and U2 service level will be not enough to scale up the operation. We need to find new services in U3 and U4 level, for instance, tactical separation. But to do that, we need to understand and to find the standard. Okay, what will be the standard separation? In the ATM, if 5 nautical miles or 3 nautical miles, it's 1,000 feet of vertical separation. What should be the standard separation and the use space between drones, etc.? So there is a lot to do, because even with the use space, that will be the limit of the strategic deconfliction instead of the tactical deconfliction. And if I made the last comment, also when I saw in the presentation, both in the DigiMove presentation and also during the EASA presentation, when we talk about BVLOS, I was thinking, okay, there are 2 types of aircraft, of certification aircraft that can fly BVLOS. Is the specific category and the certified category. Right? At the moment, my understanding is that we are focusing on the specific category only in our discussion, and not in the certified category. This is a question for you. So, because if we focus on this, what I'm going to say is that at the moment we are making aside the innovative air mobility operation that in the future can be conducted also with autonomous vehicles. Because as Stefan said, at the moment, eVTOL operation can only be manned if we want to carry on passengers. But in the future, this will be done also with autonomous technology, but it must be certified.
So maybe I start and I can give you. So at the end, the difference between specific and certified at the end is only the courage of people. Because if you see SORA, the air risk is never driving the air risk. So no, SORA, the air risk is never driving the certified category. Even in ArcD, you can still are in the specific category. You are in the certified category where if you are flying in an area with a high ground risk, so low level with a big drone over a stadium, or maybe you are transporting passengers. So then from an air risk point of view, I don't think that there is any difference if we are going to have an operation that is under the certified or in the specific category. So in the future we will have a number of even small drones that are flying in the center of the city. So we need to have a level of security safety that is equivalent to when we are having the transport of passengers. So from my point of view, at this moment, our focus is here because we don't have yet the certified category. So this is why we are talking about specific. But whatever can be then translated in the specific certified category very easily.
The same. Yeah. So we are not excluding certified US today from USpace, and we don't believe that it will bring that much performance requirement because the risk is the risk, and whatever you collide. So we don't believe that it will have an influence for non-passenger operations. For passenger operations, the deal is very different because then the level of safety is first and foremost for the occupant of the manned aircraft, the autonomous VTOL that may be collided with another drone. So in that case, yes, we are for the moment excluding, or we recommend to exclude the type of operations because the level of demonstrated safety and maturity of the system is not yet there in order to go forward. And we may also need more advanced services, tactical deconfliction certainly, and some others, and higher level of performance to accept or to authorize passengers of our autonomous vehicle with passengers in USpace. But there is no distinction or there is no exclusion of certified category from USpace, or rather the opposite. We want to be very comprehensive and holistic in the way we approach that, from 250 grams to maybe several tons.
Well, that's good. Thank you. Sebastian?
I want back to the point you mentioned about the US and to give you a bit more picture here. I'm Sebastian Babiš from Skypass and GUTMA, for the one who don't know me. The statement about the 500 was from January to May, and it was collected only from the inter-USS. So for the one you don't know, inter-USS is kind of environment where different UTMs, drone operators, overlap and providing the same service in this area. And this is supervised by FAA. So they approve it, and now they're operating in this domain. So they're creating the true value because they are providing the service to the end users. So they are flying BVLOS and making commercial operations there. And I just want to say, it's only from that. They are not counting any BVLOS operations, which might still happen in US, out of this equation. So I think that what is really take away from this is that if we follow what Stefan and EASA is proposing with this light version, or however we call USpace, we are able to enable some sort of environment which can make the same situation happen. And that's a thing which industry, as a GUTMA, we are really looking for. We are not looking for the more sophisticated and more complicated regulations. I think that what we have today might be okay if we have a proper push from top. I mean, top means governments. We don't have it. So that's why we are somehow struggling with the industry. And we keep going with this discussion since a few years. And we always say, yeah, it's almost there, but. So I really wish that with the initiative with Stefan and EASA taken, we can really do something faster. Because the other regions are not waiting.
No.
They are developing further technology, and we are lagging behind what Koen was saying, that if we don't have a civilian backing, the defense will never be so advanced.
Yeah, well, that's a very good point. Oh, that's a good point. Thank you. Thank you for making that. I think, Roger, you've been waiting patiently.
So, Munish, if I may, I would like to move on to the other presentation
Yeah.
that the EASA made before lunch.
Yeah. The right guys are here.
Regarding the intermediate use base.
Yeah.
And while I really much appreciate the ambition to simplify and speed up the process of implementing use base, so A for effort. But having said that, I think from what I heard today is going exactly the wrong way. And I think we risk making the same mistake again with focusing on the services that requires infrastructure to be in place, meaning costs, instead of focusing on the most fundamental ones, geo-awareness. If I were to decide if there were only one mandatory service in use-based airspace, it should be the geo-awareness. If I, as a drone operator, is not aware of the limitations or restrictions in the airspace, whether being permanent or temporary, popping up suddenly, then how can I operate in that airspace? So making that one going from mandatory to optional, that doesn't make sense to me. And the same actually goes for the UAS flight authorization. I think we've heard here today with the discussions on the military and then the law enforcement, being able to predict, to see, okay, what can I expect when I start my operation? See whatever is planned from other drone operators is really crucial. Having to wait for a tactical drone detection traffic information service, which makes me perhaps need to cancel my operation or divert from my intentions, that's not the right way to go. So focus on the cheap services. The data is already available when it comes to geo-awareness. We're talking software, we're not talking infrastructure. The same goes for flight authorizations. We're talking software, not infrastructure. Focus on those ones. Then you may continue your task on simplification. So thank you.
Thank you, Roger.
Thank you, Roger.
I was expecting the answer, and by the way, Roger is not representing himself, but I believe that's a common position of council, some pro there. Our intent was initially the one you were looking at, for a very good reason, is that we are flourishing a UTM system a bit everywhere with different level of flavor. Good or bad, and totally in control manner with huge impact on the air traffic control, possible unsafe situation, whatever. So exactly what we wanted to prevent with the use-based regulation at first, first step or from D1. I'm going to elsewhere, then I will generalize a bit. But what you were saying about flight authorization, yes, I agree, but we have then a strategic decision to do because we cannot cope for everything. For geo-awareness, I have sympathy for your other arguments, but for geo-awareness, let's try to split the concern in two, because we are not saying that the geo data will not be provided. This is still the operation of the member state under 947. So we are not letting the operator totally blinded about what are the geo zone, the authorization they may have, the structure of the airspace, etc. Is still available by the basic provision of the geodata that the member state must do with the ED 318, etc. That's why I was mentioning that is part of the SIS. So we are not changing that. So they will know where to fly, how to fly, the authorization they need to do. What will not be there, and this is why it's optional, is the dynamicity. If as a sudden you have a restriction, temporary restriction will be there. Dynamic restriction, as a sudden the next 5 minutes, 1 hour, there is a closure of the airspace, indeed, there will not be no. So for the geo-awareness, it's not that dark or unsafe as you say, because we still preserve the principles by another means, because the member state must tell already. Then about why we have taken the decision, because in this forum, but again, it was the same during Exponential, and again and again and again, the problematic is not in CTR. The problematic is outside CTR because, once again, the operators are blinded and they don't get their operational approval. That's that easy. I mean, there is not that much conceptual reflection is where is the quick win? The quick win is outside CTR.
And I totally agree, but I think my comments were valid whether it's uncontrolled airspace or controlled airspace. I'm not only talking CTR. I think we have the same problem and facing the same issues outside CTR, as you say. And even there, I think that the geo-awareness service and the flight authorization, or call it notification, call it whatever you want, but notifying, oh, what are my intentions, and be able for others to see that. That's my concern, outside or inside CTR.
May I use my naive cards because I'm not.
Everyone is allowed after 5 o'clock.
Yeah,
I do it all the time.
So first, EASA, yes, in the middle is for safety, not for simplification. No? So this means that, first of all, we need to make sure that we identify what is a safety issue, and then we try to find the right mitigation. On top, we will try to simplify. Yeah, but simplification comes after safety. No? So then maybe I think maybe we'll give a very small presentation next week during the focus consultation on the MPA, where we're going to identify to present also to the other user this approach of this different levels of use space, but where we are going to identify, so what is the safety issue that we identify that needs to be solved. And the safety issue is that today we may have operation or drone operation that they don't see where other users in the sky are. So then geo-awareness is useful, especially so when you have dynamic geo-awareness. But the first thing that they need to understand where the other are in the sky. So for me, then the first thing that we need to have network identification. And second, someone that will collect all the information also coming from outside of the network identification, meaning from FLARM, from IDSB, from whatever we want, that we collect the information and will tell to the drone operator, pay attention that there is some other user at some kind of distance. And because it's always the responsibility of the drone operator to separate from manned aircraft. So, and this will, for me, I call traffic information service. This is why the two essential services are network identification and traffic information. Then we can discuss on the other. So then we try to identify how we can simplify in order to make not too expensive. Today we have also the flight authorization. Maybe we can have other ways, like this very large, well-clear volume. So, and we try to see how we can mitigate the lack of a service like the flight authorization and so forth. But without these two services, network identification and traffic information, I don't think that we are going to meet the minimum level of safety. This is why these are the two mandatory for me.
Okay, so I will leave the microphone, believe it or not, but I totally agree when it comes to safety instead of simplification. But using the reasoning that you do, then we could sort of skip the AIS service for the manned aircraft. We could skip flight planning and only rely on ACAS or TCAS or something. And I don't think anyone of us wants that. I think you can draw a parallel to this.
But we're talking about below 120 meter. Now we're talking about below than 20 meter. We say ARC B. ARC B means that probability of encounter aircraft is very low. So.
Yeah, this is exactly what I tried to say this morning. It's not efficient. So the comparison conceptually is relevant, but they are not really applicable in the sense that we are pushing operation concern where we don't need that from start. That's the cost to pay in terms of efficiency if we want to make that happen. If we want better system, more efficient, then indeed, that's not the solution. And I appreciate the fact that you are promoting the use space services, that it confirms that use space is a solution for a better and more efficient system. Yeah, thank you for that. Time to time, we are losing track, but well, so no you.
Antoine, I think you had something to add.
Yes, thank you very much. Antoine Martin from the French Civil Aviation Authority. I would like also to discuss this initial use space or use space intermediate concept. To be honest, it is really interesting because it fills a gap and it provides a solution in places where maybe the full use space is too much, but maybe too much, but maybe not too complex. It's not a matter of complexity, in my opinion. However, yeah, I think it's useful. It provides a real solution for operations in some cases, and by reducing the risk exposure, it could support positive safety assessment. Having said that, U-Space and the member states, they don't have magical power. If they don't have data, if you don't have experience, if the US operators do not meet certain safety requirements, there will be no positive airspace risk assessment by the member states, whether it is full use space or whether it is another use space, level 1 or initial use space. So I just want to be careful. Do not just shift the burden of the safety assessment onto the shoulders of the member state, because if we don't have collaboration of the US operators, of the USSPs, if we don't have data, if we don't have safety requirements onto them, then there will be no positive airspace risk assessment, and it will fail in the same way.
So thank you, Antoine, and what you say is relevant. The problem we have is that, yes, we need to collect data, but we are not flying. So in 1 year or 10 years, we still be there saying, yeah, what can we do? So we need to start. It's why we have created that framework with such, once again, operational restriction to start with reasonably confidence in terms of safety, to start to collect data. I have been very fast this morning, but you will have the slides, you will see that there is a sentence saying data collection, because indeed, we need to collect data in order to go further and to clear certain uncertainties that we have for the full space. But we need to start. And we believe that here is just the first step towards something much more interesting in terms of outcome, that will provide the data, allow to refine certain operational concepts, and many other things that will be helpful in order to support the full use space. Because some member states are facing, like you in France, by the way. I mean, I'm sure you have many questions that remain to be answered in your models. So this is the first step. This is not the ultimate one. It may be staying like that if there is no other deal to go further. But what is very interesting in terms of data collection is by flying, we may understand better how the operations can be conducted, or far often, once again, the different safety margin that we can accommodate. And Norberto was acknowledging for Eurocontrol, managing for EASA, the airspace risk assessment. No, in uncontrolled airspace, all this data will be extremely useful in order to refine the air risk model, for instance, and so on. So data collection is key, but for that we need to fly. And how to fly? But this is by this first step that we hope that we will enable BVLOS operation in a wider manner, and then to have a relevant data set that will be helpful for the rest. Yes. Meanwhile, indeed, we need to discuss how to simplify the ARA and to help you for that, and et cetera, because otherwise we will face the same hurdles with the member states, finding they are much more too complex and that will not engage, et cetera, et cetera. So that's the burden that EASA will have with the member state and Eurocontrol after the regulation, to work on the MCGM, to try to really define as much as we can best practices and definitely the blueprint in terms of performances, timing, etc., from day one in the MCGM, in order to relieve that burden from the member state. That's the commitment I have. I hope we will succeed, but we want to have something simplified in that way in order to make it happen, and definitely not to retransfer on new member state more responsibility or more complexity. We want to do the exact opposite and provide you something that you can implement in a seamless manner. Voilà, that's the commitment. Let's see if we can do it, but that's really the commitment of EASA. Not only me, but really EASA.
Thank you, Stefan. I think one more question for these guys, then we'll change it to address questions on other panels. John, you had a question. Oh, hang on.
It works? Yeah. No, many things have been explained, and I just want to emphasize again now, my experience in Luxembourg is we also have to focus on communication. So I think politics are rather sensitive. How is the acceptance of the citizens? And I never see municipalities in all these workshops and discussions, and I think this is, beside the data quality, beside the technical operational challenges, also something we should focus at. And I know that we are aware, but there is no reason not to start already with this. I see people now, private people, farmers, private company investing 100,000 euro in drone operations, and they are not aware that they need a license, that they need a training, and that they need an authorization. So what I mean is you are also somewhere we do unforced errors by not pushing sufficiently, I believe, also as authorities, the communication and make it aware what is requested to do such operations. And I don't talk about sustainability, about the economic parts. Somebody has to pay all these infrastructures, all these developments. Who will pay it? So if it's too expensive and if the business case doesn't work, you will not see them operating. So I don't want to be negative.
No,
I'm happy with innovation and I support sustainable mobility, but I think we should not do the mistake that at the end we have solutions for the requirements, we have solutions for the technical challenges, but we maybe simply don't get the acceptance of the citizens, which is at the end also a possible obstacle. Thank you.
I do very short.
Sir, please.
Absolutely. We cannot agree more. This is why in the regulation we have the famous Article 18F about a coordination mechanism. And if you go to the guidance, and that was developed by one of colleague Vasilia Goridas, representing the cities, you have all of that in order to foster at the end public acceptance or social acceptance, because without acceptance there is no business at all. Huh? They will use the services. The citizen will use the services. So if they don't adhere to it, is for nothing. What we can see from other framework like over Dublin, they are very keen to use it. It was the same over Helsinki. So once again, what you say is absolutely essential. I only recommend you to look on the Article 18F and to liaise with us because we have all the provisions for that. It's a pretty complex task. This is something also I need to say. Quite demanding if you have public hearing or whatever, how to liaise with the cities. We have Helsinki there, by the way.
Yeah, they just left a few minutes ago.
You can also engage with them.
Yeah.
And that's it. So we are very, very careful about that, and we have guidance. We need to see how to make it efficient and very helpful for your concern or take your concern.
Thank you. I think no more questions for these guys. They've done more than enough. Thank you very much. I'd like to open the floor now because we've got a few minutes left for the next session that took place after these. In fact, in parallel, that was led by DG Move. Any questions on the consultation?
Just remind that I want to remind that next week, so we'll have the consultation of the consultation on the MPA. So I hope that you are going to connect, and then remind that. So the next important topic, activities that you are going to receive an MPA, Stefan, by the beginning of June or July. Beginning of July. Also, we will have a very short time to review it because we're going to have a focus consultation meeting in EASA around 15 July. I think that we're going to provide you more information. So please know that it's very challenging, but we are here to support the industry. And so we need to do this activity together. So we are doing our job. So even during over the weekends, overnights. So, and sorry that we are also asking you to do something similar, but we need to be coordinating and do together.
It looks like Roger has another question for you. You're too popular, man, honestly.
So sorry, just about the timing for this MPA. I would like to emphasize that the northern half of Europe will probably be on vacation during these weeks. Yeah. So it's not very good timing to put out an MPA.
No comments.
Yeah.
No, point taken. That's a good point actually, because there's holiday period there. It's going to be tough. For the DG Move led consultation, questions? Koen, you have a question?
The comment more. I've heard so many things like the commitment of the EASA colleagues to move the ecosystem further, and then there were some parts of discussion which were more disappointing. And if DG Move is now proposing a study to come up on the state of the readiness of the ecosystem, it's a bit bizarre because you've seen from the direct answers, everybody knows that it's not going well. Everybody knows it. Mm-hmm. So the question is more, what can we do about this? And you hear at the same time how much demand there is, not only from civil commercial things, and we see how other regions are advancing, we don't need to know how bad it is. We need to know what we can do about this. And you see, we can build on the commitment of the EASA colleagues, you can build on the commitment of industry, but what can we do about this? 2 years ago, we sent you a study on how it went. We made an international comparison, and Europe was very good at making rules, but very bad at implementation. This has not changed. On the contrary, now you see the regions, China and US are flying around. So we have to work on the why question, and then you see the member states. We can identify specific spots in the implementation. Yeah. You have simplification, but by simplifying things, we will not automatically solve everything. If Stefan falls sick, the whole EU space at European level will fall sick. How is this possible? How much money is devoted within SESAR on new space and digital airspace? How much? And that's all boils down to the critical political role of the Commission and what are they playing there? And we are waiting for the drone strategy 3.0, but what will be there? The things that we already know. The question is why, and we can do this now. We have solutions. This room is full of critical mass, which can come up with great solutions. What we were proposing is also beyond the institutional setup and the institutions following. Why not create a kind of implementation board of industry and member states together? And then develop KPIs and follow the concrete things and learn from other regions. Why are the Americans now suddenly going ahead with it? They are using flight authorization, and that is the pillar on their 2 million flights by the end of the year. 2 million. We can only dream of this. That's why I would like to refocus the whole discussion, political discussion on implementation and doing things. And again, we should not only look this from a pure aviation point of view. You see that in so many industries. So what is Europe in general doing wrong that we are more and more getting behind, especially in this time of war? We are at war. So we must make sure that we create in the seamless European market these cycles of innovation which are fully interoperable, and make sure that there is interoperability between the commercial and the military sectors. Oops, sorry that I've been so long, but it is very, very intense. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Could you repeat that? No, I'm just kidding. No, I think, no, it's okay. I'm joking. I think your points, most of them I agree with. Some, I'm not sure exactly I understand what you mean, because at the moment, I think we're taking quite a few actions at EASA level, Commission level, to see how quickly we can move certain things that can be simplified ahead in a safe manner. And this is already what EASA also highlighted. We have the NPA 103, we have the drone security plan due to other geopolitical reasonings and so on. We, in the external study, and actually, by the way, thank you very much for the readiness study and other studies that you have provided. Thank you very much. And we have taken that absolutely on board. And this will also be integrated in our external study. We're taking that, and that's very useful for us as well. But we do need to follow our processes. I mean, you know better than anyone, because you're from policy officer from DG Move. So you know better than me probably that this is the process we need to follow. We need to understand exactly going through, taking stock of each and every flagship action, what is missing, what still needs to be perhaps updated, added, what we have achieved, what we haven't. And then also at the higher political level in the drone summit, certain decisions will be taken, I imagine. So this is where we are headed, and this is what we can do from our level at the moment. I think from where I am, I think we're quite active, and we definitely take into account everything that the associations are providing to us. That's what I can say from my side. Thank you.
Okay, I think I know, Didier, you've got a question. There's 2 minutes left. I need to do something before we close, but I'll give you a chance for the questions. There are 3 very simple questions. If you just click on that last QR code on the left side, please. This is a common question that we ask you in every meeting, and that is to seek your guidance on where we should focus more in future. So if you go there, it'll take you 10 seconds for each of the 3 questions, really. So 10 times 3, 30 seconds, then you'll be done with it. All we need is some guidance, some steer from your side as to where we should focus more. Yeah. So the first question is there in front of you. If you could simply submit your queries, your response, please, that'd be very good. And I hope the people who are watching this online, be good if they can also do that, please. Okay, so keep going for a little bit longer. Some more questions, some more responses coming in. Okay, 5 more seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2.5. Point 2. Looks like people are still registering them. Okay, let's give it 1 more second. Okay, let's close that one. Move to the next one, please. Next question, please. So, okay, your response will start to come any minute now. Does that mean that nobody's responded yet? Okay. Ah, there we are. That's good. Great as is. I like that answer. I really like that answer. No, there's always room for improvement. So that's what we want to do. More drone operations, yeah, or perspectives. I agree. Mandatory dinner. Oh, that's the best one. Mandatory dinner the evening before. I think we can handle that. Consider it done. Okay, I think that's good. And the last question, please, and then we're done. Didier, I haven't forgotten you. So you've got one last question. Okay, last one. Oh yeah, this is a tricky one, isn't it? What is the scale of interaction? Yeah. For those who can answer this, actually, there is a growing debate that that in different member states the scale of interaction is different with their national authorities for a variety of reasons, either due to lack of resources or due to just lack of ongoing day-to-day working with them, or other political reasons that are outside our control that we don't know of. And therefore, we just want to understand what, if any, there is a gap between the various national authorities, because sometimes we hear things that are happening top-down, from European Commission down, and we were discussing with Kuhn at lunchtime as well. But then from the time that it translates from European level into national bodies, something happens to it. But you don't see at the end, downstream, any result. And that chain of events from where we should see the results at the bottom to all the way up to the top policy level is quite a long chain. We're trying to figure out where is that chain broken. And it might be broken at different places in different countries for completely different reasons. Some could be investment or lack of investment purposes. Others could be political. Some could be acceptance by public. Others could just be that, okay, there are far more important things going on that their focus is. For example, when we go to the Baltics, they're saying at the moment we've got an existential crisis that we're maintaining on a daily basis. So use space is, yeah. But then, as Stefan highlighted, that could be a solution to their problem. But you know what it's like when your house is on fire. You don't think about creating another floor on top of your house. You first want to put your house on fire, out of fire. So these are the sort of things we're looking for. Okay, are we done with that? I think that's good. I think we've ended the meeting, but quick a quick word. The EU Drone Summit will be held, as Alina said, in the 2nd or the 3rd week of November. Our next meeting will be held on the 2nd day of that EU Drone Summit. And that's why we can't give you the exact date today, because we're waiting for the final date from the Commission. But it will be held in Brussels, and it will be held in the 2nd or the 3rd week of November. Certainly you will hear more from us. Didier, is your question very, very passionate? Is it burning question?
Of course.
Go on then. I mean, I think there's enough goodwill amongst people that they give you another minute. Go ahead.
I want just to ask one thing. I'm one of the GeoZone managers in Europe.
Ah, yeah.
And I hear there are representations of all kinds of people, ANSPs and authorities and CAAs and things like that. But is there also some kind of stakeholder meeting for GeoZone manager? Because I hear a lot of things that are questioned, like, is there business? I can say Port of Antwerp is around 120 square kilometer big, and we had last year about 15,000 flights.
Yeah.
We had 5,500 flight requests in 1 year time. So I can say that there is a lot of flights going on in the port, and half of them approximately are BVLOS flights.
Yeah. Likewise in Rotterdam and Hamburg. And
so if the question is there business and is it growing? For sure. I can show you figures the last 5 years that is exponentially going up. And BVLOS flights are happening in port area, and we use UTM.
Yeah.
We use a non-certified TIS, such as Safe Sky or other means.
Okay.
We have in the community ways to communicate between BVLOS partners and VLOS partners, so they know who is going when in the air. The only thing we miss today, the big issue we miss today is the automatic deconfliction. If a pilot says, I'm ready to take off, that there is a sign that someone else is already in the air.
Yeah.
We don't need a lot of fancy things, but we need the most practical things. And if anyone can provide that, then we can show phase 2, because we are already showing phase 1A and 1B.
That's good to know. That's very interesting, actually. I don't know of working group that...
I want to provide the data, and I want to have,
I think we can
look at what we are doing.
Yeah.
So I have the feeling that it's too bad that they just left 1 minute before.
No, but I think that's an action that we can take offline. Now that you've highlighted it, we can communicate with you and EASA offline and actually gather that data, not just from you, but also from other GeoZone managers as well, and put something together, circulate it amongst the group, because that's the question that Koen and Sebastian was asking as well, which is the right question, to get a feel for how many BVLOS flights are actually taking place in Europe, and what's the trend, as you said, in the last 5 years. And maybe in the next meeting, we can actually prepare a presentation with the data itself and show a trend so that everyone knows about it. So that'd be very good. I think we should stop because it's 6 minutes over. I want to thank you all for being here and having the patience to stay at the end. I know there are a lot of people who had to go early because of their flights and other travel arrangements. And really big thanks to Rick Demont and Aviation Learning Center for hosting us. It's been wonderful. You have a great meeting room here, and the facilities are really good. And I think the fact that we've had a good meeting today and you've contributed all, I thank you all very much, and thanks for the facilities as well. Next time we will meet somewhere in the 2nd or the 3rd week of November. Love the interactiveness of this group. We're not always able to answer everything to the best, or at least to the satisfaction level that you may want to. That's because the topics are just complex, and we're all trying to figure out ourselves at the same time as you are. But there's enough goodwill in the system, and there's enough positivity in the system, and I think everyone wants to see those birds flying up in the air. So I think if we continue on this one, at least we're heading in a direction where it can only get better. Well, I mean, that's easy to say, isn't it? Because there isn't much going on at the moment. So, thank you all very much, and have a wonderful journey back home. Thank you.